Hello everyone, it is Samia Khan here. It is Friday, December 18th, and it is the afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thanks so much for joining us once again here on Fox 10 News Now. We have a very exciting show ahead. Here are some of our top headlines, but first, we have a couple live events going on. I think I'm going to take you guys to the UN right now, so let's listen in on what is happening over there.
Решение. Сирия должна оставаться единым, светским, многоконфессиональным и полиэтническим государством, комфортным и безопасным для всех групп населения. И только сам сирийский народ вправе определять свое будущее. Это ясный ответ на попытки навязать сирийцам извне решение каких-либо вопросов, включая вопрос о судьбе их президента. Именно такой подход закреплен и в Женевском коммюнике, и в документах Международной группы поддержки Сирии, и в сегодняшней резолюции. При этом мы все едины в том, что террористам разных мастей нет места за столом переговоров, как и тем, кто допускает военное решение конфликта. Сегодняшнее единодушное голосование в Совете должно открыть путь к формированию широкого антитеррористического фронта на базе Устава ООН с опорой на всех, кто на земле противостоит террору, включая армию Сирии, курдские ополчения, вооруженные отряды сирийской патриотической оппозиции. Вкладом в решение этой задачи стали действия воздушно-космических сил России в ответ на обращение законного правительства Сирийской Арабской Республики. Важную роль должна сыграть и принятая вчера по предложению России и Соединенных Штатов резолюция Совета Безопасности, нацеленная на ужесточение контроля за финансированием ИГИЛ и прочих террористов, за пресечение каналов их подпитки, прежде всего за счет нелегальной торговли нефтью. Борьба с терроризмом должна носить последовательный, не конъюнктурный характер, будь то гуманитарного содействия сирийскому народу. Оно должно предоставляться в строгом соответствии с руководящими принципами ООН, закрепленными в резолюциях Генеральной Ассамблеи и в решениях Совета Безопасности, включая принцип согласия правительства принимающей страны. Важно, что сегодня Совет Безопасности вновь подтвердил необходимость уважения суверенитета Сирийской Арабской Республики. Одобренная резолюция закрепляет за Советом Безопасности.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we have a live event right here in the Valley going on where some NFL players and other people are feeding local families, 100 local families in need. All right, guys, you are joining the afternoon edition of News Now. Sorry about that. We were having some technical difficulties, so it looks like you did not see any of the earlier portion of this broadcast. Right now, you're looking at live images coming in from an event locally right here in Arizona. In fact, this is at Arthur Hamilton School, where NFL players as well as others are teaming up to feed hungry families this Christmas. Yes, they're getting into the holiday spirit. There's 100 hungry families there in attendance. You can see everyone lined up. Let me give you guys some more information, let you know exactly who is participating in this event. All right, guys. I know Alex Okafor, the linebacker for the Cardinals, as well as other donors are working to ensure that the families and the children in their school community are well fed this upcoming holiday season. Now, included in each family's distribution will be a ham, a 10-pound bag of potatoes, a bag of salad, a can of vegetables, salad dressing, a bag of dinner rolls, and a box of candy canes. I think our photographer over there just zoomed in on those hams. Again, these are live images coming in from Arthur Hamilton School. All right, guys, some more background information. We know Alex Okafor, the NFL, and other business partners will be on site at Arthur Hamilton School. Those are the ones participating in this event. You can see donated by Alex Okafor. The player and other organizations working together to distribute a holiday meal to 100 families in the high needs community. Now, the 100 families who have been selected to receive a meal will arrive at the school to begin picking up their holiday feast. Again, this is donated by Alex Okafor with the Arizona Cardinals.
What's that?
When will it be on TV?
Tonight.
10 o'clock?
I think they're going to all newscast. I'm going to be back in time for the 5, 6, 9, and 10, so probably going to be all.
Oh, wow. You're very welcome.
Lots of rolls.
I'm about ready to make my own ham sandwich.
Yeah, no kidding. Got all the ingredients here, just about. Cool, we get the salad rest table, a little bit of roll.
No, I'm telling you, they won't let me know. I have to follow rules. There you go. You're welcome. Wave. There you go. Thank you. There you go. Oh, you have two? 2 ham? Yeah. Okay, so you get 2. There you go. Okay, yeah. 5, 6, 9, and 10. I'll be at the Suns game. I won't.
Yeah, we'll have you know. Put everything in the bottom of it so they come and get out, and you got to put it on.
You're welcome. Hi, Philippines. How are you? So you got any big plans for Christmas? No. You're supposed to say, yeah, I'm going to sleep all day, every day. You want to hold that? All right. Uh-huh. Hi. Nice being here. Another one? Do you want me to put the other one in there? I'll try to. Oh, when's it due? Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Ah! Tomorrow morning. We know when. Yeah. Hi. Here you go. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Wait, thank you. Get 2. Oh, they get 2. Here you go. One for you and... Oh, you're going to get the other one? Have a nice Christmas. You want 2 potatoes? Okay, you're going to get 1. And you're going to get the other one. Have a good day. Remember your veggies. You're going to get 2? Who is carrying? Thank you. 1? You want? Okay. Next. Thank you. It's heavy.
Am I looking at you or looking at the camera?
You're going to look at me.
Okay.
Very nice scarf.
Well, thank you. It was a gift from some students who saved their money all semester to buy it.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So it's nice and meaningful.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks.
Right, it's got a little clip if you want to put that on the...
Somewhere?
Yeah. Okay. Can I get your name and spell it for me?
Nicole Shamblin, Nicole, Sham, like Mary, B like boy, Lin like Nancy.
And do you have a title?
I do. I'm the principal here at Hamilton School.
Okay. Just tell me, what's going on here today?
So today we are feeding 100 families here in our community for the holidays. Statistically, we know that students in high needs areas over long breaks don't typically get the nourishment that they need to sustain. Often, if students are getting 3 meals, it's because 2 are provided by the school. So today our students will be leaving for about 3 weeks, and we want to send them off with some goodies and some food for their holidays.
How much do they appreciate this?
Oh, it's a really big deal. Yesterday, actually, we had a Home Depot Christmas event where every student received a present from a different branch of Home Depot. And in some cases, that gift, along with the gift that they received from another vendor today, might be the only gifts that they receive. So to have 2 gifts and an entire meal provided to them is a really big deal for the families of the neighborhood.
How you got all this food to be able to give out there?
So I've been here at the school. This is my 2nd year as principal, and in the last 2 years, I've struck up about 31 business and community partnerships, and I repeatedly, and they're so gracious and good to me. My partnerships, I call on them often, and they have, I think 8 of them have stepped up today and donated goods for today's meal.
I also see a Cardinals player looked like he helped out too. Tell me about that.
Yep, and Alex actually gave to the event last year as well. Last year we gave away 75 Thanksgiving turkeys and accompanying items. This year we tried to beat that, and we did 100 ham meals for the Christmas holiday. And Alex gave last year along with another player, and he's continued the tradition this year as well.
That's great. I noticed people walking by, they were looking at the sign like, hey, that's they know who he is.
Yeah, he couldn't come out today because he's apparently on a plane to Philadelphia. Apparently he has more important things to do, like playing games. But yes, his intentions were the best, and he wanted to be here with us. He couldn't make it. He's flying.
Is this something that you're going to strive to do every year?
I think so, and in fact, I'm always kind of striving to do more. Next month here at the school, we're going to try to do a blanket drive and receive blankets for every child in the school. Often they come to school wearing those blankets as jackets because you can't outgrow a blanket and you can outgrow a jacket. So we're going to try to put blankets in every single home next month.
How do people qualify to be able to get this?
They fill out a paper and send it back to the office. So we do all of the tracking and all of the figuring, and we make it pretty easy. A lot of our families don't have transportation, so even the food bank isn't an option for them.
Is this families in the community or families that are part of the school?
Either or. So our community is the school, and so most of the meals that we gave away today belong to families with students who attend here. But of course, anyone in need, we would give a meal to.
Would you safe to say that if they didn't have this today, that they probably wouldn't be having a Christmas dinner?
Probably in some cases, yes. Yes.
Is there anything else I didn't mention or ask that you'd like to say about that?
You know what? I would love to thank all of our donors, and then also a lot of our staff people here as well gave of their time. One of the really cool things about this event is that it is benefiting the families of the Kofelt-Lamoureux projects, and they're about to be remodeled and renewed, and one of my business partners is the builders from that project. So it really has become sort of a community bridge between the school, the builders, and the families.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you.
Do you want another? Brian would be the next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was perfect, Nicole.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Brian, he is the lead on the project
Okay.
for Kofelt, and it is Rebecca. Can you please? So this project, you can also, but this is a state project that is very important to the revitalization of downtown, because at one point it was going to just be scrapped. But Gorman came in and said, no, we can remodel it in a way and bring it up to code. And it's going to be fabulous. It's going to be beautiful.
This is the area right around the Hamilton School.
The public housing project to the north.
Okay.
It's 38 acres, and all of these kids go to school here, and they have to because they don't have transportation, and so that's why she said it's such a critical partnership.
Okay. And you helped organize and get this together here today as well?
Yeah, so we donated some of the hams and did that piece of it.
Sure.
The developers on the project next door.
We'll talk to you real quick. Can you just talk about the area and what you plan to do and how this today helps?
Very good.
All right, I'm going to turn the camera a little different.
You've got your glasses on. Do you want them on or off?
What's that?
Glasses on or off?
Oh, I'll take them off.
I'm going to have you over here. There you go.
Ooh, that's bright.
Yeah, a little bright. I'll have you look at me.
Okay.
Try to ignore the sun as much as possible. Can I get your name and spell it for me, please?
Yes, it's Brian Swanton, B-R-I-A-N. Last name S-W-A-N-T-O-N.
And give me your title, or if you have a title.
Yeah, it's Arizona Market President for Gorman and Company Inc. It's Gorman & Company Inc.
Okay. And tell me, how do you help out today and why?
Well, Gorman and Company is in close partnership with Hamilton School and the Housing Authority of Maricopa County. This school is situated immediately adjacent to a 301-unit public housing project, one of the oldest public housing projects in the entire state. And the income levels obviously in this neighborhood are incredibly low. And we're just here in partnership with the Housing Authority and the Hamilton School to help the families during the holiday season with a holiday meal. We're the lead development partner with the Housing Authority. We're about to embark on a $44 million renovation of all 301 units right next door to the school. 75% of the student body at the school lives at the Kofelt Public Housing Development. So it's really exciting for us as the development partner to give back to the community in a very small way today.
You were out here helping handing out the food today. What were some of the reactions you were seeing from people around here?
You know, it's interesting. The families are just so incredibly grateful and almost surprised that a group of business partners working with the school would be willing to step forward and provide an entire meal for their family. And just the level of gratefulness on their faces is just unbelievable and really rewarding for us. So I think we get more out of this event than the families do, quite frankly.
Well, still, would you say that if this wasn't provided, that this people wouldn't have anything?
Well, we know these families very, very well because we've been inside their homes as we're preparing for the remodel of the public housing development. And the sad reality is a lot of these families do not have adequate nutrition. There's not a lot of fresh grocery food store options in this neighborhood. So we're bringing a fresh meal to them, and quite frankly, without it, they may not have a fresh meal during the holidays this year.
And looking at about the amounts that they're getting, it's going to be more than just a meal for these families.
Yeah, this meal might feed them for a week or two, which is really exciting. So, and that's great. We're happy to do that. Yeah.
How is the redevelopment of this area going to help this entire area?
The redevelopment is really going to stabilize their lives in many different ways. Right now, they're living in swamp coolers with units with swamp coolers. We're changing those out with high-efficiency air conditioning units. We're gutting the interiors of all the units. Everyone will have a front-load washer and dryer, whereas a lot of these units have no laundry facility whatsoever. All the overhead power lines are going to be put underground. We're going to have brand new streets. The streets are a mess inside the development. The streets will completely be reconfigured and refinished. And it'll look like new construction from the 1950s when the development was originally built. So it's really going to be quite nice.
And are you doing a lot of stuff in conjunction with the school since many of the kids there go to school here?
Absolutely. We're working with the school and making this construction project, which is going to go on for the next 18 months, a learning laboratory for the students. We've had our construction team and our architecture team come into the classroom to teach them about measuring and math and how important math is in the construction business. And then we're going to have the students, once construction starts in the spring, come out to the construction project and learn about construction management, engineering, architecture, and all those sorts of businesses and employment opportunities, so they can sort of aim high in their own career goals down the road.
That's great. That's about all I got. Is there anything I didn't mention that you'd like to say?
No, I think you got it more than enough.
All right,
I don't know how I'm wired up here. Thanks for coming out.
Okay, all of you volunteers, if you'd like to make a bag for yourselves, you may.
You and your brother, you're awesome like that.
Thank you, I'm so special.
Awesome. You guys have a good Christmas.
I'm so special.
Thanks.
You don't need both.
Just one.
It'll be a long drive.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great holiday. Thanks for being appreciative. All right, so. Taking back. Take some stuff, please. Over there. Oh.
Are the potato bags okay to put in stuff in? Or are they changing?
I have some
All right, so you guys basically get the gist of that event. A football player sponsored a feeding of families in need. That's what was going on. The football player himself was not able to be in attendance because the Cardinals are on the road this weekend. So that was the live event. One thing I want to show you now is part of a press conference that we took you to earlier. We didn't know a lot about it. We knew it was terror related. Well, it has to do with an individual suspected of pushing ISIS propaganda. We're going to show you the last 6 minutes of it because we did cut out of it earlier to take you to that Bernie Sanders press conference. So for those of you interested in hearing the rest of what this authority, I think he has to do with the FBI, in case you're wondering what he had to say, well, I'm going to let you know. Let's listen.
I mean, the fear of that may prohibit someone from actually reporting something. What do you have to say?
You know, my thought is, law enforcement has received criminal tips for many, many years, whether it's somebody watching somebody case out a business, or a business owner, having somebody suspicious in their store, or a neighbor being concerned of their neighbor committing some other crime. And that's never been a concern before. So I think if there's a belief that there's criminal behavior going on, then there should be a call to the law enforcement.
Can you address, are you concerned about the suspect who allegedly was trying to recruit people to Pennsylvania, it seemed, by touting the loose gun laws or talking about the state's gun laws and access to guns in the state? Yeah,
each one of the posts that were put online by this suspect is being investigated. So again, that's something, each one of those ones is going to be a follow-up for law enforcement in this case.
I saw that one account was suspended. Have you been working with Twitter to bring them down? How's that work?
Social media, obviously we've all seen how social media has impacted the recruitment of potential suspects in this country. And in this case, again, the suspect in this case had over 50 Twitter accounts. And time again, when inappropriate things were posted, Twitter was taking his accounts down. And time again, he would, revamp his name and put him back up again. So I think we are working toward a better relationship with the social media on how we'd like them to handle these type of things. I think our struggle always working in the future is going to be encrypted communications on social media, and then the next steps for law enforcement to have to work to, again, be able to respond to those also.
We know that he was, according to the press release, that he was trying to fund travel for some recruits to go to Syria. Can you talk about how many? Was he successful at all? Can you give us specifics?
Most of what we are seeing is, he was putting out information on how to do it, where to go to make contacts. I think in my mind he was trying to be this significant facilitator of this. It was very difficult to tell what the results were of all his work on that.
So it doesn't appear that he was funding it in any way?
He was encouraging people to fund it. I'm not sure he had any significant means to contribute a great deal to the fight.
Where is he now?
I believe Philadelphia at this point. I believe so.
And again, very little background on him. I mean, we don't know if he was employed. We don't know where he attended college or anything like that as a 19-year-old.
That's correct. We're going to have to wait as the investigation continues. I think more of that information will come out.
Did he have a job? Do you know?
I do not know.
This is a question where the investigators know and aren't saying or can't say.
Again, the investigation's ongoing.
Can you tell us what kind of role Harrisburg Police played in the investigation, if any?
Well, the investigation was led by the JTTF, and the JTTF is made up of federal, state, and local law enforcement. I don't believe there was a Harrisburg officer on the JTTF, this squad. However, in any one of these cases, no matter what jurisdiction it's going to be in, that jurisdiction is going to be notified of the investigation to ensure that if they're responding to that location on days leading up to an arrest, that they're aware of what they're walking into.
Regarding the suspect's conversion to Islam, the neighbors have reported the parents wearing Muslim garb. So I guess I was confused about his conversion and how that relates to his parents being Muslim.
I'm not aware of the situation with his parents.
You suggested
suggested this at the beginning, that they waited until it became a point where it got very serious. They've been watching this guy for a while. First of all, it was the tweets that got them alerted. Can you say that is true, that it was the tweets that got them interested? And then why did they wait so long when, I know this
Sure.
is a balance we're trying to find.
Yep, and I think that's the exact word. I think there is a balance between, in any one of these investigations, to try and progress the investigation as far as possible, try and determine if there are more suspects, what the plan is, to what extent is it just words, or to what extent there's actually a threat. And I think every one of those cases, law enforcement has to fight that balance. And at a point where, again, the safety of the community is at a concern, they're going to take action.
But there was an overt act of some sort that led investigators to go ahead and pull the trigger on this?
Well, I believe, from what we've seen so far is the culmination of what he was posting and then the search of his residence that then showed that had a magazine for a weapon. Those things, I think, were enough to make sure that the JTTF made the arrest.
Cause to make that search.
All right, guys, we're cutting out of that press conference because it looks like we are getting live aerials out of Chicago. This is a rally going on, a live protest in Chicago, apparently demanding the resignation of Mayor Emanuel. This happening right now. As you know, many protests have been going on in the city of Chicago recently over the death of Laquan McDonald, who was shot 16 times by a police officer last year. All right, guys. While we watch these live aerials of the protest, I want to give you guys some new information on this whole case. Now, the attorney for the policeman charged with the murder and shooting death of Laquan McDonald, the lawyer said today that he will seek a change of venue, arguing that comments the mayor made has now jeopardized his client's chances at a fair trial. Now, Jason Van Dyke, the officer, appeared at a preliminary court hearing for the first time since a grand jury indicted him early this week. He faces 6 counts of first-degree murder and 1 of official misconduct in the 2014 shooting death of 17-year-old Laquan McDonald. His arraignment is scheduled for December 29th. Now, when the video was released, the dash cam video, it showed that Van Dyke shot Laquan McDonald 16 times. As a result, that video has triggered persistent protests. It has forced the resignation of the city's police chief and put the entire Chicago Police Department under a wide-ranging civil rights investigation by the Department of Justice. I remember Loretta Lynch holding a press conference about that a couple weeks ago. A few people confronted Van Dyke as he left the court Friday, shouting profanities and pounding on the black pickup truck in which he departed. All right, guys. Now, in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, I'm about to play some video of Jason Van Dyke's court appearance from today. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner of the screen as we continue to watch these protests out of Chicago.
Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dan Herbert, H-E-R-B-E-R-T, on behalf of Jason Van Dyke, who is present.
And William Delaney, Your Honor, D-E-L-A-N-E-Y for the people.
All right, it appears the case has been superseded by direct indictment number 15 CR 20622. Matter will be transferred to the Chief Judge of Criminal Court for arraignment for December 29th, 2015. Are you demanding trial?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, defendant demands trial. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia.
Now, in the upper right-hand corner are sketches from Jason Van Dyke's court appearance today. All right, guys. Now, in the upper right-hand corner, I'm going to show you a video of Jason Van Dyke, the officer involved in this case, leaving court today. This is first his arrival. This video will show both his arrival and his departure from court.
And the culture of the police department is one of which is murder. Right now, they're trying to get years to. Just like him. How the hell you walk because you a police officer? Sorry, there's no comment at this time, Of course he has no comment because he doesn't have a gun. Cowards like that don't have comments when they don't have guns. How the hell they give you a coward?
balls, man. 16 times. 16 times let us go behind the wall. 16 times behind the wall. They ain't gonna protect you when you get behind the wall.
All right, guys, now in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, I want to show you a video from earlier today of Laquan McDonald protests near the airport. All right, guys, now We are just going to look at these live aerials coming in from Chicago. Looks like hundreds and hundreds of people taking the streets in Chicago, demanding the removal of Mayor Emanuel. Many people very upset with the way Laquan McDonald's shooting death was handled after about a year. It took the police department more than a year to release the video, the dash cam video of his death. That video, after it was released, caused quite a frenzy in Chicago. It was revealed that the cop shot him 16 times. That cop now facing murder charges.
control room. Okay, great. It looks like they're heading towards the river, heading towards that area. Perfect. So they're crossing lake, just to give you a reference right now. Yeah, looks like they're just heading towards the river right now. Yeah. All right, yeah, they're crossing the river right now. I'm guessing they're going to head towards the Mag Mile area, so just all the shopping that's down here. Yeah.
All right, guys. In addition to showing you these protests, Air Force One is about to take off. President Obama departed for San Bernardino, California, stopping in San Bernardino before heading on over to Hawaii for his Christmas vacation. I believe Mike Page will be bringing you some Obama vlogs this evening from San Bernardino live tonight with Mike Page. All right, guys. Somebody in the chat room said you couldn't hear me, probably because the sound from the Air Force One clip was a little too loud. I will repeat myself. President Obama taking off, headed to San Bernardino, California, before going to Hawaii for his Christmas vacation. Tonight, President Obama expected to speak. Mike Page will be bringing you guys that live tonight from San Bernardino, California.
their next move is. I don't know what street that is. No problem. No, it looks like they're moving again. It looks like they're heading back towards like the Tribune building and everything. Okay, so they're heading back towards the main street. They're in rehearsal right now. They haven't actually started the news yet, but they will be taking us. Okay, I'm trying to figure out which direction they're going to go once they get back onto the main street. Okay.
folks, it's Mike. I will be with you this evening, and I'm not even going to put this mildly, folks, we have a show.
They're running right now. They're turning down one of the streets. That is what I'm trying to figure out. Hold on one second. Okay, so they're Ohio is the street that they turned down. Okay, looks like the police blocked them off. So they're still on Michigan, crossing Ohio now. Okay, so they're still on Michigan. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1 minute to the open. I'm shooting kind of straight down on them. Okay, I'm going to get that building in the way.
All right, folks, looks like we're losing that feed here. So what I'm going to do is just take off that lower third right now, and we're going to send you to Joplin, Missouri, where Marco Rubio is having a town hall. Now, I know Joplin, Missouri, folks. That was my first job out of college. Love that market.
And on my first day in office, I will cancel this president's deal with Iran. And from my first day in office, I will work to rebuild our military again. We will modernize our Air Force. We will expand our Navy. And we will once again bring our troop levels to a sufficient strength so that this nation remains the strongest military power in the world, capable of defeating any adversary or any risk that we face now or in the future. So these are our challenges. And I run through them not to discourage you, because it's important for us to be realistic about our challenges. We need to know what they are. But I also run through them to point out that we can fix them. That none of these challenges that our nation faces are insurmountable. In fact, some of them are self-inflicted. We've created them upon ourselves, and therefore we can fix them. That's the good news. The good news is we still have time to get this right. The bad news is we're running out of time. We can't afford another 4 years like the last 7 years. And that's why this election is so important. What we are being asked to do in this generation is not that unique. And here's why. America's never had it easy. There has never been a generation in our history that had it easy. When this nation was founded, it did so by declaring independence from the most powerful empire on the planet. That was not easy. Then this nation faced a civil war that almost ended the young country. That was very difficult. Just a few decades after that, this country found itself in what they called at the time the war to end all wars, the First World War. It was so bloody, so painful. It was a continent away, but it impacted us. As soon as World War I ended, this country almost immediately found itself in a Great Depression, the most traumatic economic experience the world had ever known in modern times. Just as the Great Depression was starting to ebb, we got pulled into a Second World War. And in the early days of that war, it wasn't even clear we were going to win. The Second World War ends, and at that point, of course, we enter a period of peace and prosperity, and the world is perfect, right? No. Almost immediately, the Cold War began, and it lasted decades. A Cold War so dangerous that any miscalculation could have ended life on Earth as we know it, and almost did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The 1960s were a hard time for America. This country was divided regionally over civil rights. It was divided generationally over Vietnam. The 1970s was not easy. Our president had to resign in disgrace. We had long gas lines. By the late 1970s, we had American hostages being held in Iran, and we couldn't do a thing about it. My point is, when has America ever had it easy? Every generation in our 200 plus years of history has faced great challenges. And yet somehow each generation left the next better off, because each generation confronted their challenges and in the process embraced their opportunities. Now the time has come for us to do our part. That's why this is a generational choice. Now the time has come for us to do our part. And we are all called to this task, for we are all the beneficiaries of the extraordinary miracle of America. Every single one of us with the privilege, the honor, and the blessing of living in the single greatest nation in the history of mankind. That is what we inherited. And now we must decide if that is what we will keep, or if in fact we will forever be known as the generation that lost this special country. I have always felt a special obligation in regards to this, because you see, America doesn't owe me anything. It's important to say that as often as possible. America doesn't owe us anything. But we have a debt to America. I have a debt to America. And I have a debt I'll never fully repay. America is not just the country I was born in. It's the nation that literally changed the history of my family. My parents weren't born in America. They were born on the island of Cuba. And they came here in 1956 because it was the only place in the world where people like them had a chance. You see, they were born into a society like almost every society that's ever existed. A society like the one I described at the beginning of the speech. A place where they tell you what you're allowed to be. If your parents are rich or connected, you get to succeed. If they're not, you got to get really lucky or you get stuck. They weren't happy with that. And so they came here because it was the only place on earth where people like them could have a chance. My father had it particularly difficult because when he was 4 days before his 9th birthday, his mother dies. And so he has to stop going to school and start working. And you know, he never really went back to school after that. And he would work for the next 70 years of his life. Now, when my parents came to America, they didn't have it easy. They struggled, and they never became rich or famous. But they became successful people. They became successful people. You know why they were successful? Because the American dream isn't about how much money you make. It's about achieving happiness. And my parents achieved happiness. Working as a bartender and as a maid. My parents were able to own a home in a safe and stable neighborhood. They were able to raise their family and retire with dignity. And they were able to leave all 4 of their children better off than themselves. That last point was the core of their American dream. You see, their very purpose in life after they came to America became to give us the chance to do all the things they never could. To make possible for me all the things they themselves never had a chance to be. And so my father worked for many years, well into his 70s, as a banquet bartender at hotels. He worked on nights and on weekends and on holidays. He stood behind one of those small portable bars in the back of a room. So one day I could have the chance to be anything my talent and my work would allow me to be. The journey from behind that bar he stood at to the life and the opportunities I've had is for me the essence of the American dream. And that journey, that happens to be my story, but that really is our story. For who among us is not a generation or two removed from the same thing? Who among us did not have grandparents who did that for our parents? Or parents who did that for us? Or maybe it's you doing that now for your children. And here's why remembering that is so important. Because at the end of the day, what truly makes America so unique is not the fact that we have rich people. Because every country in the world has rich people. And we're grateful. We celebrate financial success. It's amazing, really, that we are 5% of the world's population, but we have 40% of the world's millionaires. Pretty amazing. And most of those millionaires are people that didn't inherit that money. So it's an amazing statistic. But every country in the world has rich people. You can go to the poorest nation on this planet, and you will find a rich person somewhere. Here's what makes us special. The millions of people that aren't and will never be financially rich. But they work hard, and they persevere, and they achieve happiness. Through hard work and perseverance, they're able to open up that business they always wanted. Or they're able to have the job they always wanted to do. They love their work and will never make them rich, but it pays them enough to own a home and retire with dignity and raise a family and give their kids the chance at a better life. That is the backbone of our country. And if we ever become a country where that's no longer possible, we're just not special anymore. And so what will determine whether or not we remain a special country is whether people can still do that. What will determine whether we're still a special country will largely be decided by what happens to the people that clean our hotel rooms and park our cars and mow our lawns and fix our automobiles. By the people that get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and then work 2 jobs to provide for their families. By the single mother who is struggling to provide for her children the chances she never had. By the father who works all day and then goes to school at night in the hopes of a better job so his family will have the chances he never did. They exist among us by the millions. And perhaps it's the story of some of you here today. Whether or not people are allowed to achieve their dreams is what will determine whether we remain special. And in the end, that's what we're fighting for. For 7 years now, the political left in this country, led by Barack Obama, have told our people that this is truly no longer possible. That we need to become a country now where the government gets to choose who wins and who loses. But we know better. We know that the reason why free enterprise works so well and it made America so special is because it's the only economic model in the history of the world where you can make poor people richer without having to make rich people poorer. It's the only... It's the only economic model in the history of the world where you can lift everybody up without pulling anyone else down. Every other economic model says this: give me power so that I can take stuff away from one group and give some of it to you. We say, allow us to help you help yourself. Let us put in place the policies we need so that free enterprise can thrive, and the employee can become an employer, and the worker can become the owner, and you can move ahead and you don't have to pull anyone down in the process. We can all be better off. But now the time has come for us to apply these principles to the unique challenges of the 21st century. For we can't win this election if all we do is rely on the people we've had before. As Republicans, the Republican Party has to unify. We can't win without a unified party. We can't win. We can't win unless we can keep together all the people we already have. But we can't win only with the people we already have. We must bring new people in. For a long time, when we used to say that, they would say, that's why we need to become more like the Democrats. And that never made sense to me. Because we already have a Democrat Party. Why do we need 2 Democrat parties? What we need to do is to apply our principles of limited government and free enterprise and a strong national defense to the challenges being faced by people that haven't heard from us for far too long. And for me, that's not a political talking point. That's where I come from. That's where I grew up. That's what my family still faces. That's what makes our country unique and special. And that's why this election matters so much. Because we have a unique opportunity in this election to define the direction of the greatest country in the world. And there are only two choices before us. America will either be greater than it's ever been, or it will be a once great nation in decline. And we get to write this chapter, and it begins in this election. And if we do what needs to be done, then we'll not just save the American dream, we'll expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And the 21st century won't just be as good as the 20th century, it has a chance to be better. It has a chance to be that new American century that's the slogan of my campaign. It has the chance to be the greatest era in our history. And that is why, no matter where you live, in any of the 3 or 4 states we're trying to reach here today, I'm asking you for your vote. I'm asking you for your time. I'm asking you for your activism. I have nothing against the other people running. I really don't. I like them all. We are fortunate as Republicans. None of our candidates is a socialist. None of our candidates is under FBI investigation for the use of their emails. But in this election, we have a chance to define not just America, but what it means to be a 21st century conservative. And what it means to be a 21st century conservative is we are going to embrace the promise of the 21st century. For we do live in a rapidly changing time. The new economy is not like the old economy. And it's going to disrupt some things. But it's also going to create some incredible opportunities. The jobs we've lost, we have a chance to replace with better jobs. The industries that have gone away, we have a chance to replace with better industries. And the threats we face, we can not just face them, but defeat them. In this election, if we do what needs to be done with your help, we can be the authors of the greatest chapter in the story of the most amazing nation that man has ever known. And that's why I'm asking you for your vote and for your help. So that when the history of our time is written, here's what it will say. It will say that in the early years of this new century, this generation faced a changing and uncertain world. But like all the generations before us, we rose up to the challenge. We confronted our challenges and embraced our opportunities. And because we did that, there was still one nation on earth where you come from did not decide where you went. There was still one nation on earth where anyone from anywhere could achieve anything. There was still one nation on earth where even the son of a bartender and a maid could have the same dreams and the same future as the son of a millionaire or the son of a president. That there was still one nation on earth that inspired people to believe that not only can we govern ourselves, but we can decide our own destiny based on our work and on our talent. Because we did our part, we left for our children what our parents left for us, the single greatest nation in the history of all mankind. So thank you for having me here. God bless you. Thank you.
And folks, that is the Marco Rubio rally just wrapping up in Joplin, Missouri. We have a full show ahead of you. So stick right here to Fox 10 News Now. We're going to get you caught up on everything campaign related tonight. I'll be on until 5 o'clock, and then we're going to take a small break. Be back on at 6:30 for you for the remainder of the evening. The cameraman is now going crazy. We don't want you guys to get motion sickness there, so take a look at our new graphic system as that goes away as well. There's the White House. Let me get you caught up. Earlier today, Carly Fiorina in Iowa. I will play that for you right now, the first half at least.
That time. And he said it was all because of their slogan. And then he would say, Miller, I like the champagne of bottled beers. He would say, how corny is that? So that's stuck in my mind forever about breathing. So just goes to show you the power of a really good teacher, something that really lands. So thank you for reminding me of Bill Nichols. I'm running for the presidency of the United States. Not something I predicted I would do earlier in my life. But I'm running for the presidency because I think we have come to a pivotal time where our government no longer serves us, it doesn't work for us, and the political class is so caught up in their own system of privilege and position that they're not working for us very well either. I think we've come to a pivotal point where we actually need to take our country back and remember that ours was intended to be a citizen government, that we were never intended to have a professional political class, that actually we were intended to have leaders step forward and serve their nation for a time and then go home. No greater example of why I think we have to take our country back exists, honestly, than what I just saw upstairs. So bear with me as I try and make that case. First, let me just say that I have rolled out a blueprint for the things that must happen in order for us to take our country back. They're not the only things that must happen, but these are the things we have to start with. They're the most important priorities. And sometimes people ask me what the difference between business and politics is. And I say to them, you know, politics is a fact-free zone. People just talk. And actually, they're never held accountable for much of anything. When I was the chief executive of Hewlett-Packard, and you're familiar with this, being employees of McGraw-Hill, I had to stand up every 90 days and report out our results in excruciating detail and answer every question in public. And then I had to do it over and over and over again, and if I misrepresented our results, I would be held criminally liable. Imagine if we held politicians to this standard. So I've rolled out a blueprint because I actually want to be held accountable. These are things that I think we must get done, and I want the American people to hold me accountable for getting them done early on in the first term. I want to talk about one of them and how it relates to what I just saw upstairs. So one of the items on this blueprint is called zero-based budgeting. Now, zero-based budgeting is a real fancy term, but what it basically means is that the government should have to budget the way you do at home, or the way that you do here at McGraw-Hill. How do you budget? You examine every dollar. You can cut any dollar. You can move any dollar, right? That's how you budget. The government doesn't budget that way. Once you get money in a government bureaucracy, you never give it back. The only thing you talk about is how much money you get over last year's budget. So ask yourself a question: why is it that every year the government spends more money?
All right, folks, we're going to pause this event because we're going to go to Orange County, California, where there is a car chase going on right now, police chase. We'll take those images live for you right now. All right, everybody, as you can see here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering breaking news happening right now. Police chase in Orange County, California. You are watching Fox 10 News Now. And there he goes over the median here. The suspect continues on. We'll see what's going to happen as no doubt rush hour. It's 3:23 local time there in California. You know, all with everything, always with these police chases, you just hope no one is hurt as far as just people in their cars or walking. You just don't want no innocent bystanders to be hurt because of some reckless suspect that doesn't want to come to grips with things of going to jail. He's just extending his time of freedom for just a little bit, but we all know with these police chases, sooner or later, it always ends. Let's hope it just ends safely. No one being injured here, but you never know. That's why we're watching live right here, Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Welcome to this live breaking news situation. Looks like there's multiple people in the car along with the driver, so who knows what kind of situation we have on our hands right here. I think I saw a passenger in the front and the back. So we'll see what happens when this chase comes to an end and see if they're all suspects or maybe this is a stolen vehicle and some people are still in the car. We don't know. Anything can happen here. Oop, got a little too bright there. All right, this should be interesting here. Always got to be careful during the intersections. And if you're just joining us to this Fox 10 News Now stream, welcome. We are covering a breaking news situation in Orange County, California, where obviously you can see a police chase is going on. This is happening live, where anything can happen. Welcome all the new viewers to this Fox 10 News Now stream. Obviously, you are here for the police chase that is going on right now, happening in Orange County, California. It's been going on for the last 10 to 12 minutes here that we've been following this. We appreciate everybody watching, and, you know, during these situations, anything can happen. The suspect is doing a good job at evading police. As you can see, he's really not taking too many drastic chances. He's going at a moderately rated speed here. It doesn't look like he's going too fast, but you could tell that he's pretty much focused in on this. So we'll see if he makes a mistake here. But so far, he has made no mistakes, and he is just pretty much having free reign here in Orange County to do what he likes. Probably the biggest chances he does take is when he goes onto oncoming traffic, but every time he's been doing that, luckily, no cars have been coming his way. We're going to continue to follow this, folks. This is breaking news out of Orange County, California. Police chase going on. We welcome everybody that's new to the stream here. We do stream Monday through Friday breaking news events not only here in Arizona, but obviously all across the country from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Happy to be here with you. Getting a little bit more info on this police chase. The suspects in this car are suspected of robbing a mall or a store at the mall. From media reports, it says the suspects were seen stealing items in a mall near Laguna Hills. The California Highway Patrol is also involved in this pursuit. So we got a potential allegedly suspected of stealing from the mall. Trying to get some extra presents before Christmas here. These suspects are trying to extend their freedom. Maybe they're thinking, oh boy, if we don't get out of this, we're going to be spending Christmas in jail. This chase has been going on for over an hour. We've been covering it for probably the last 20 to 25 minutes here, right here on Fox 10 News Now. And earlier, just moments ago, I did say that they were suspected mall thieves, but I misread that. It's they are suspected mail thieves from a restaurant or some sorts of that. So they're suspected of stealing mail. So who knows what's going to happen here? Currently, right now, they're in the Santa Ana area, Harbor Boulevard northbound, near Disneyland, still on Harbor through Chapman. Speeds are going from anywhere from 50 to 50 miles per hour. But as we've been following this, you've seen the guy hasn't really taken too many risks here. He hasn't been going on the highway. He's just been going residential for the most part. And you could see here, he takes his time when he goes through these intersections. It's getting very close to Disneyland. I'm being told now he's getting very close to high pedestrian traffic areas, obviously with Disneyland near and the convention center. So it should be very interesting in these next couple minutes on what's going to happen. There are 2 police helicopters tracking this pursuit. We're also getting word that police are talking about a possible pit maneuver coming up, which would obviously spin him out. But right now, they've been just letting him roam through Southern California here, pretty much at will. He is now, suspect is north of Disneyland. Next freeway is the 91 freeway. Turned onto Lincoln here, if you're familiar. But you are watching a live police chase right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We appreciate all the new viewers watching right now as this chase has been going on for better half of an hour. Driver really has been consistent here throughout this whole chase. Hasn't been erratic at all. Only big risks he's really taken has been on oncoming traffic, but again, every time we see him do that, he's lucky enough that there's no really traffic coming his way. We'll see how this all unfolds here, but about 10 minutes ago, the helicopter did zoom in on the vehicle. Not only, there looked like there was probably about two other people in the car along with the driver. One in the front seat and then one in the back. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that I saw someone in the back as well. But as you can see here, when he gets to the intersections, he slows down, makes sure no one's coming in. Pretty much stays in this one lane here as well. And for those of you wondering, no, we do not believe that this suspect is looking for a Star Wars theater. Now this driver is just really toying with the police here. I mean, the police have given him free reign. We've seen no spike sticks, anything. It's just been a free reign through Southern California as this driver has been going now for over an hour. We've been covering it for the last 35 minutes, folks. Welcome to Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. You are in the live stream right now. Thanks for joining us on this breaking news Friday as we're watching a police chase here in Southern California. It's 3:53 local time there in California. hangs on. Wow. It's getting close. Let's see. Are we going to see a pit here? This is going to get interesting right here. Just squeaks right by. Welcome to all our new viewers watching right now. Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. We've been following this chase more than 45 minutes here in Southern California. Apparently there is 3 suspects in the car. They allegedly stole some mail. It's really all the info that we have right now, and they have been really extending their freedom for the last hour as they've been going on a joyride through Southern California. Police have pretty much gave them full reign. Now it's entered a highway, which now odds can get pretty scary here as far as potential accidents. So let's see what happens here, folks. Anything can happen. That's why we always watch police chases. Just a reminder that this is in its rawest form, as this images are live, where anything can happen. All right, so the suspect obviously getting into traffic now as it is 4:05 local time here in California. Rush hour is upon them, and let's see what happens here now. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering, obviously, breaking news happening here in Southern California. Police chase going on for the last hour and 15 minutes. There is allegedly 3 suspects in this car. They are suspected of... Uh-oh, here we go. We might have a maneuver here. Let's see. No. The pit maneuver did not work for that officer. Going to try it again here. Suspects allegedly stole mail on a Friday afternoon. Let's see here. Oh, a swing and a miss again by the police. Second swing and miss for that officer. You are watching Fox 10 News Now, unfolding live right for you in its rawest form. Folks, you are watching the Fox10Phoenix.com stream of this live breaking news situation in Southern California. This chase has been going on for the last hour and 20 minutes. Another pit maneuver. No, this police officer cannot close the deal on this suspect who has been pretty much having free reign through Southern California for the last hour and 20 minutes. There is possibly up to 3 suspects in the car. They're suspected of stealing mail. It is 4:14 local time there in California. If you guys are new to the stream, welcome. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering news from all over the country. We are your source for breaking news. So if you haven't already done so, hit the subscribe button, where you'll always be updated with our latest streams and breaking news alerts that happen throughout the week. Did not make it again with that pit maneuver. This has been the story of the afternoon here with this police officer who cannot close in on this suspect, even though speeds are only going 50 to 55 miles per hour. We did see the suspect wave something outside the window there. We welcome everybody new to the stream here on fox10phoenix.com. If you haven't already done so, now would be a great time to hit that subscribe button where we cover the latest news happening around the country, including police chases that seem to always happen in Southern California. You will be alerted when breaking news happens. We appreciate you guys watching this. For the last hour and a half, this pursuit has been going on where this suspect has had free reign through Southern California. Now he's going on the median. He's not even going over it. He's just going right on the median with a Yui here. If you're just joining us, welcome. There's up to 3 suspects in this car. They're suspected of stealing mail and going on an hour and a half joyride through Southern California where, if you've been watching, this driver has really had his way with the police. They've tried several pit maneuvers, could never close the deal on the driver. Got a little three-point turn going on here. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. For the last hour and a half, we've been covering this police chase here that just never seems to end through Southern California. And if you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button on Fox 10 Phoenix. Cover not only Arizona news, but news from all over the country, including police chases that always seem to start in Southern California. But we do appreciate all our new viewers here. And here we go. We got runners. And we're done. So the suspects were able to extend their freedom for about an hour and 45 minutes. What a chase we all just watched. Last hour and 40 minutes coming to an end where suspects did flee the car, but they did not get far. Well, we thank all our new viewers for watching that police chase that took over the last hour and 40 minutes here, right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate you guys being part of the stream and watching that. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and we cover everything from news to breaking news, as what you just saw there on the police chase. If you're not from the area, take a look at our 10-day weather, and you might want to visit us because we got some great weather here in Arizona. Best time of the year. Hope everyone is having a great night. Now we are going to go to Carly Fee Arena in Iowa. This happening just a little bit ago. We were able to record it here for you, as this is campaign 2016.
Who has joined us too. And most importantly, I want to thank the men and women who are taking part in this exercise here today.
And yet, the government never has enough money to do the important things, because all the money is spoken for. Now ask yourself another question. What happens when you give a bureaucracy, any bureaucracy?
Our sense of security can be
Imagine right here. What happens
city and in this
if
region as
you
well as
got
around the world?
more money each
We
and
lost
every
some of our
year?
neighbors.
No
San
one ever
Bernardino.
checked your performance.
We mourn our friends.
No one ever
in
held you
Paris.
accountable for delivering
And this week it
anything.
struck closer to home when an
What would
email
happen, do you
prompted
suppose,
the
over
superintendent to close all of the
You'd
LAUSD
become
schools.
inept,
We were fortunate to work
mediocre,
here
and
in the
ultimately
Southwest.
corrupt.
It
That's
underscored
what's
these
happened to
past
the
few
federal
weeks the unique security.
75% of us in America now think the federal government's corrupt, because it is. In 80% of us think we have a professional political class that cares more about its power, position, privilege than on getting anything done. They'll say anything to get elected. We got a lot of people talking this election cycle, just like they always talk. But nothing really changes. What also happens in a bureaucracy? What's going on here at McGraw-Hill? Wow, technology is speeding ahead. I asked a question when we were walking downstairs. I said, what inning, if your business, if the science of learning were a baseball game, what inning do you think you're in technology? And the answer was maybe the third. In other words, we've come a long way, but we have a long way to go in this game. And my guess is, coming from the world of technology, my guess is that every inning is coming faster and faster. That it took a lot of time to get from the first inning to the second inning, but then it took less time to get from the second inning to the third inning, and now the pace is accelerating. And then I asked the follow-on question, what inning do you think the government and government policy and politics is in with regard to this fantastic set of tools? The answer, they're not even in spring training camp. Exactly. Because this is what happens. Bureaucracies get ossified. They stop moving. They stop changing. They don't innovate. In fact, everything about a bureaucracy presses against innovation. Because what's a bureaucracy? It's a rules-based, process-intensive, hierarchical organization. And what does that mean? People get the message. Don't rock the boat. Don't try anything new. Just stick to the process. We live in a marvelous century and a marvelous time, but our government and our political process are miles behind. And that not only means that our government is making it harder for this nation to fulfill its possibilities, but it also means that government sometimes is so inept that it becomes dangerous. Remember what we learned a couple days ago about the San Bernardino killers? They had been on jihadi websites for years, and our government bureaucracies never bothered to check because they're using procedures from 14 years ago. They're not innovating and changing with the times. They haven't recognized that technology has moved on 4 generations. They're doing the same old stuff. It's not that people are bad. It's they get stuck in a system. This is a blueprint for things that have to change in order for us to take our country back. This is a blueprint of things we must together get done in order to lift the crushing weight of this inept, corrupt bureaucracy and government off the backs of this nation so that we can restore possibilities for every American. And you know better than most that every American needs the possibility of a great education, and they're not getting one today, so that we can cut the government down to size and hold it accountable, and so that we can lead again in the world and make our nation safe. These are things that we can get done together. But there are also things that if we don't get done, we're going to continue to feel that the potential and possibilities of this nation actually are being crushed by bureaucracies, government, and politics. Last thing I'll say, because I want to take plenty of your questions. It's pretty harsh to talk about ineptitude, corruption. It's accurate, but it's harsh. It's not that people are bad. Politicians mostly are not bad people. People who work in big bureaucracies mostly are not bad people. It's just they're managers instead of leaders. You know what a manager is? Not bad people. We have lots of managers. We need some managers. But managers are people who do the best they can within the existing system. They don't challenge a system. They go along with the system. A lot of times, managers take advantage of the system. They are privileged by the status quo. And it's one of the reasons why change is so hard, because the status quo has great power, because of the people who are privileged by it. Leaders are altogether different than managers. A leader knows their job is to challenge the system, to challenge quo, because it's the only way you solve problems. It's the only way you innovate. It's the only way you move ahead. Leadership has nothing to do with what position you have in an organization. It has to do with whether or not you're prepared to challenge the status quo. One of my great heroes is Margaret Thatcher. And Margaret Thatcher once said to her fellow countrymen and women at a pivotal point in that nation's history, "I am not content to manage the decline of a great nation." Well, neither am I. I don't think you are either. And I think we've been managing the decline of a great nation for far too long now. I am prepared, with your prayers and your support and your votes and your help as citizens, I am prepared to lead the resurgence of a great nation. But to lead the resurgence of this great nation will take a leader in the Oval Office who is unafraid to challenge the status quo. It will take a leader who is prepared to stand up and be held accountable for the fundamental changes that we need to make, to cut our government down to size and hold it accountable, to restore possibilities to every American regardless of their circumstances, and to lead again in the world. Citizens, we have to take our country back, and that is why I'm running for president and seeking your support. Thank you so very much.
Hello. So now, I'm going to do that every town hall from now on. This is our chance to ask questions. And so, feel free. Tracy, you have a mic if you need
Testing.
it. Only a few of you probably need the mic, but you can shout. And are there any questions? Pam.
How can we make higher education more affordable for Americans?
So question, how can we make higher education more affordable for Americans? Well, first, we need to make higher education more effective. That's what a lot of this work that you do in this building is all about, making higher education more effective. But we ought to talk about why higher education has become so expensive. First of all, because there's a lot of status quo that fights against making education more effective. Certification processes, most of which come out of the federal government, standardize how teachers teach and students learn. That's not always the most effective way to learn, but they also add expense and cost. What's another thing that happens? Not everyone's aware of this, but buried in the 80,000+ pages of legislation and regulation called Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, is the federal government takeover of the student loan business. They took it over. The federal government now decides how much you pay for a student loan. They've decided that you're going to pay between 4.5% and 6.5% interest. Even though the government earns between 1.5% and 2.5% interest, or pays 1.5% and 2.5% interest on its debt. So in other words, the federal government is making money off of every student loan. Does that strike you as a racket? Strikes me as a racket. And there's a reason that student loan debt has skyrocketed under President Obama, because the federal government's taken it over. So we need to get the federal government out of the student loan business and make it a competitive business again. We need to take the federal government out of the business of trying to standardize how teachers teach and students learn. We need the federal government involved a whole lot less in all aspects of education, frankly. The Department of Education has been growing bigger and bigger every year for 40 years. They get more money, more power, more people, and it's been going on for 40 years, under Republicans and Democrats alike. And yet, what has happened to the quality of our education? It's gone down. What's happened to the cost of our education? It's gone up. What do you conclude from that? Funding the Department of Education doesn't help the quality of education, and it doesn't help the cost either. And so we need to get the Department of Education out of a lot of these programs, return money and accountability to the states and to the communities. And one of the reasons it's so critical to cut down these vast bureaucracies is because of what I was talking about before. Bureaucracies crush innovation. If you don't innovate, you don't make progress. You don't don't deliver better results at a lower price. Government crushes innovation. It is why the number 2 item on this is zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting, because when the only way we can cut the Department of Education down to size, the only way we can reduce its power, the only way we can take away its money is if every dollar, anywhere, has to be examined. By the way, there's a bill to go to zero-based budgeting on the floor of the U.S. House. Nobody wants to vote on it. You know why? Because it challenges everybody in Washington. It gores everybody's ox. But in the end, it is what we have to do.
Actually, you don't think I'm loud enough?
Be a little louder, please.
All right, I'll be a little louder. Actually, I have 2 questions for you. Let's say you get elected president. You know, president doesn't make laws, unlike what's actually happening. The president doesn't make laws, Congress makes laws. First question is, how are you going to convince those people? You just said there's a bill on the floor that no one's going to vote on. How are you going to convince them to do these things? How are you going to get those people to put that in place? And secondly, if that doesn't happen, are you going to take the pen and write your own laws like our president is today, or not?
Answer the second question, no. No. It is not the president's job to write laws, period. Nor is it the president's job, by the way, to roll out reams of rules like this president has. Clean water, Waters of the U.S., Clean Power Plan, 400 pages of regulation over the internet, National Labor Relations Board deciding the relationship between franchisees and franchisors should be redefined. All those things have rolled out under this president, and guess who the people are who rolled them out? They're bureaucrats. They're not elected representatives. They're regulators. In other words, they're people who are accountable to no one, elected by no one. We have no idea who they are. So the answer is no. We have to roll all that back. But how am I going to get that law passed? Thank you for asking that question. Technology is a marvelous thing, isn't it? I just saw that upstairs. So there's a reason I say, citizens, it's time to take our country back. I'm going to ask you to help me. Every week, I'm going to go into the Oval Office and I will ask every American citizen, especially those 75 and 80% of us that think this government no longer works for us, I'm going to ask you to take out your smartphones. If you have a flip phone, you have to upgrade, but this doesn't strike me as a flip phone crowd. But there are a lot of flip phones here in Iowa, may I just say. You have to have a smartphone, and I'm literally going to ask you, do you think we should finally pass that bill for zero-based budgeting that's been languishing on the House floor? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Of course, you could go to a website as well. My point is this. Technology exists to engage citizens in the process of their government. Why do I know that will work? First of all, I know people are going to press 1 for yes because 75% of us are sick of it. That's why people are angry and frustrated. But why do I know that pressure will work if applied relentlessly over time? It's because we have examples of it working. Remember the VA scandal when we learned that veterans had died before they got an appointment, and people had cooked the books, bureaucrats had cooked the books so nobody would find out. The American people were so outraged by this that they put enormous pressure on Congress, and in 3 short weeks, this hopelessly divided Congress passes a bill that says you can fire the top 400 senior executives of the VA for dereliction of duty. It was a precedent-shattering move. It sails through the Senate 99-0, and President Obama signs it. Now, by the way, we ought to have the same rule apply all throughout government. But the point is, pressure worked. So, if you have a leader in the Oval Office, if you have President Fiorina in the Oval Office, not afraid to challenge the status quo, I will join with the citizens of this nation and say, help me pressure the politicians. Because politicians do respond to the pressure of their constituencies. Press 1 for yes.
I have a question to ask, but before that I want to share something with you. So my wife and I were watching the Republican presidential debate on Tuesday, and the comment that received the loudest cheer from my wife was when you referenced Margaret Thatcher about women being the doers.
If you want, Margaret Thatcher also said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
That's what I was talking about. So my question is, what role should the government play in education? How do we want to help our students compete globally?
So as I said before, I think the federal government plays far too great a role in education today. And I think the facts bear out what I'm saying, because the federal government has been playing a bigger and bigger role, and the quality of education is not improving. In fact, it's getting worse. The opportunity gap in this country, that is, the difference between the outcome for students who live in underprivileged neighborhoods versus students who lived in privileged neighborhoods, that opportunity gap is getting wider, not narrower, despite all the money and time the federal government is spending. So, you all work in the education business, but I think we all agree what actually matters in a child's education, or in a college student's education. What matters most? A great teacher, aided by all the things that can make them an even greater teacher, an involved and engaged student, which technology can accentuate, an involved community or parent, people around who can mentor, who can support, who can step to the student at a tough time and say, you can do this, come on, we're going to give you a little extra coaching. Those things are what make a difference. And of course, every student learns differently, right? So you have to be able to customize. None of that is helped by the federal government. In fact, the federal government gets in the way of every single one of those things. So, we need to push money, power, accountability out of the federal government towards states, towards communities, towards parents even. There are some very innovative programs where literally parents not only are given choices about where to educate their kids, so that they have the opportunity to take their kids out of failing situations, but also gives parents the funding so that the choice matters. So in a state like Nevada, where that debate was held, there's something called the Education Savings Account, where parents own government funding. And if they feel their teacher or their school is failing their child, they can pick up their child with their money and go someplace else. So I believe we have to have an education system that maximizes choice, that maximizes innovation, and that rewards excellent teaching. None of those things does the Department of Education accomplish. Yes, ma'am?
So in keeping with education, you talked a little bit earlier about student loans, but what can we do about the student debt crisis that's happening here?
Well, there's a reason that student debt has skyrocketed under this president. Student debt has skyrocketed coincident with the federal government taking over the student loan business. The federal government has taken over the student loan business. And the rates have gone up, and the choices have gone down. Worse, the federal government is making decisions about where a student loan can be spent. So this federal government, under this administration, doesn't much like for-profit universities. This federal government, under this president, says, you know, the most important kind of degree is a 4-year college degree. That's not true for everybody. So we need to put private sector competition back into the student loan business. Instead of the federal government controlling that business and setting the rates, we ought to have every community bank, every credit union, anyone who wants to get into that business be in that business. You know why that works better? Because the more people that compete for your business, the better choices and prices you have. And then we need to be flexible, and the federal government is never flexible, which is why we got to get them out of the education business. We need to be flexible about what actually qualifies as an appropriate degree. A 4-year college degree is not for everybody. My husband Frank started out as a tow truck driver in a family-owned auto body shop. He went on to get a 2-year technical degree. He didn't get an advanced degree until he was well into his 40s. That worked well for him because he ended up an executive at AT&T. Everybody's different. When we try and standardize what a good education means for every single person, and then the government decides how much you're going to pay for it and where you can apply that loan, we're not helping people.
Yeah.
So last night, I have 3 daughters. We were having dinner, and I told them that I was going to have the opportunity to ask a question of a woman who was running for president. And so I asked them what questions they would have for you. So I asked you this question. Would you rather answer a question from a 13-year-old girl, an 11-year-old girl, or a 5-year-old girl?
You know what, Dad? You're going to have to pick. You're going to have to pick.
Well, all 3 of them have interesting policy implications, so you pick.
No, I don't know the questions. I don't know your daughters. You got to pick. Sorry, take a risk. Take a pick.
Okay, we'll pick the 5-year-old.
Okay.
Do you like cows?
I do like cows, as a matter of fact. And I do like cows, and I have a very fond memory. Tell your 5-year-old daughter I have a very fond memory. My mother passed away quite a while ago. But I have a very fond memory of, we moved when I was 7 from New York to Colorado, so we drove. And so we drove through a lot of farmland, and I saw a lot of cows. And every time we would see cows, my mother would say, "Ooh, smelly cowsers." And I thought that was so hilarious. So I have this great memory of riding through the countryside, laughing as my mother talked about smelly cowsers. So you can also tell your 5-year-old that things that she doesn't maybe appreciate right now about you and her mom, someday she will.
I'm just curious, what is the biggest surprise or the biggest thing that you've learned since starting your campaign?
The biggest surprise, the biggest thing I've learned since starting my campaign. Well, first, as I mentioned, it really does shock me and motivate me, actually, how much politics has become a fact-free zone. That politicians just say whatever they gotta say to get elected. They do. If it's inconsistent with what they said before, too bad. If it's something they'd actually have no intention of accomplishing, too bad. I mean, it's shocking, and we shouldn't settle for this anymore. But I think, honestly, the biggest surprise of all is the chasm between what the national media talks about every day and what people want to talk about. It's a chasm. It's the Grand Canyon. The national media tends to talk about the headlines of the day. They talk about the controversy of the day. They talk about the personality of the day. We all know who that is. But voters, like all of you, you have real questions about real subjects because you have real concerns. And you know we have real problems. And I think now we need somebody who's going to solve them and be held accountable. Yes?
So I've heard recently that the Newtown shooting, it's even easier now to purchase a gun. So I'm just wondering what your plans are for gun control.
Well, I think we need to start by enforcing the laws we have. Let me tell you why I start there. If you think about the South Carolina or even the Newtown shooting, in both cases, all that's being proposed now by proponents of gun control would have had no impact at all. In the case of South Carolina, it turns out that guy never should have been sold a gun. In other words, somebody dropped the ball somewhere. We have lists in the Justice Department of criminals who own guns who shouldn't, and we prosecute less than 1% of them. That's why you can get a city like Chicago with the strictest gun control laws in the nation practically, and the highest gun violence and murder rates in the country, because all the bad guys illegally own guns and we're not doing anything about it. So I think we got to start by enforcing the laws we have. But I also think we have to be realistic about actually ideology and a distraction from what's really going on. Sorry, but gun control had nothing to do with San Bernardino. What had to do with San Bernardino is people are being radicalized right under our nose, and this administration has no plan to deal with it, not here at home and not overseas. So let's go deal with that. And when President Obama talks about climate change as the most pressing national security threat we have, it's delusional. The most pressing national security threat we have is ISIS, followed closely by Iran. And we are not using technology and common sense to identify these terrorists ahead of time. If you've read any of these news accounts, you will find that this woman who came in on a K-1 visa, both she and her husband had been trafficking on jihadist websites for years. They had pledged allegiance to ISIS for years. The FBI found that in about 36 hours, and yet we now know that a bureaucracy in the DHS hasn't bothered to check social media. For heaven's sakes, I'm using social media to check out my granddaughter's latest boyfriend. I mean, we all use social media, but the government can't do that. We don't have to violate people's constitutional rights to be smart about how to use the latest technology. And it's also why I said Tuesday night at the debate, we need to engage the private sector in this fight. So, let's enforce the laws we have, and let's also recognize that now more than ever, law-abiding citizens actually feel the need to protect themselves and their families. All right, somebody's got to be the last question. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so one of the things the Affordable Care Act does for people with chronic health conditions is it makes sure that they are provided access to health care without worrying about pre-existing conditions. So if the Affordable Care Act went away, what would protect those people?
It's a great question. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm a pre-existing condition. So I really understand at a deeply personal level, you can't have people unable to get care because of a pre-existing condition. We buried our younger daughter to the demons of addiction. So I also understand and support one of the original goals of the Affordable Care Act, which was to be able to invest more in mental health and drug prevention and addiction treatment. It's just that these goals aren't being accomplished effectively enough. In fact, we have more people going into emergency rooms, we have health insurance premiums on the rise, we have fewer and fewer doctors accepting Medicaid, which is there to help people who can't afford their own care, and yet if there are fewer doctors accepting Medicaid, who are we helping? So we have to repeal it because it's an 80,000 page monstrosity that nobody understands, which is why you now see hospitals consolidating. Because what do companies have to do to deal with big government? They have to get big. They have to bulk up. So you see the hospitals consolidating, the health insurance companies consolidating, the drug companies consolidating, the pharmacies consolidating. That's because big government creates crony capitalism, honestly. The alternative is this. Number one, you return to the states the responsibility to manage high-risk pools. Because yes, indeed, there are people who truly need help. And the closer you put money and decision-making to the people affected by those decisions, the more accountable those decisions are. Number two, we try the one thing we've never tried in health insurance. Ask yourself this question: why is it that health insurance companies were allowed not to cover pre-existing conditions? State regulators. The health insurance business has never been a competitive business. It's always been a cozy little game, honestly, between regulators and health insurance companies. We used to play it at the state level. So Iowa regulators and Iowa health insurance companies got together and set the rules. And we did that in 50 states. And now we've just done it nationally. What does the free market do? The free market says anybody can compete for your business. Anybody can compete for your business, and that means lots of people are going to compete hard for your business. last time I was in Iowa, I went to a health insurance company, medium-sized. They're getting out of the business. They can't compete with these big guys, and they can't figure out how to make this, they can't figure out the law.
All right, folks, and that is all we had for that stream there. But I do want to take you a little bit earlier again. Ben Carson was on the campaign trail as well.
To get the invitation, because I had done it in 1997, and I wasn't aware that anyone ever did it twice. And then I found out one person had done it twice, and that was Billy Graham. And then I was really suspicious. Why are they calling me? I said, Lord, what are you up to? I knew you were up to something. And I didn't know what I was going to say, really, until the morning of the prayer breakfast. And of course, the White House and the organizers were very concerned. They wanted to see the script. They wanted to know what I was going to say. And I said, I don't have a script. They said, you're not going to say anything that embarrassed the president, are you? I said, what? But, you know, it really wasn't. It wasn't about the president. It was about the United States of America. It was about what is happening to the United States of America. I think if 30 years ago someone had come to you and tried to describe today's America, you would say, no, you're talking about someplace else. You're not talking about America. That's how rapidly the change has been taking place. And of course, after the prayer breakfast, people began clamoring and saying, you should run for president, which I thought was kind of a ridiculous idea. And I just said, just ignore it, it'll all go away. But it didn't. It kept building and building. The draft movement started every place I went. There were people with run signs. And then we started getting all these petitions. 5,000 a week. Boxes and boxes of petitions. I had literally hundreds of thousands of petitions. Finally concluding that I better either listen or buy a bigger house. But you know, as I started listening, particularly to elderly Americans, so many of them said the same thing. They were just waiting to die. They had given up on America. I heard that everywhere. And it was kind of alarming to me. And then younger ones were saying they were concerned for their children and for their grandchildren and what was happening to our nation. And all the pundits were saying, Carson, don't even think of that. You can't run a national race. You've never even been an elected official. It's impossible. And hearing that, I said, good. I didn't want to do it anyway. It was good. But, you know, things kept pushing me in that direction. I finally said, Lord, the pundits all say it's impossible. And it's not on my bucket list. But if you really want me to do this, you have to open the doors. I'm not going to kick the doors open. But if you open the doors, I will walk through them. And as long as you keep them open, I will keep walking. And if you close the doors, I will sit down. And the door was open. They said you'd never be able to put together an organization formed. You'd never be able to raise money. Can't do it. And that seemed like a very legitimate thing because I knew I would never accept money from billionaires who wanted to influence me. And some have called and tried, believe me, I will not do it. Or accept money from special interest groups, because I believe that that's one of the major things that's wrong with America today. And so it seemed legitimate that we would never be able to raise the money. But they forgot about one very important factor. We, the people. And we have now received over 1 million donations, the average one being $50. So that's $50 million, just like that. It's continuing to flow. And that's something that the pundits really never considered as a possibility. But really, when you stop and think about it, this country was designed for we the people. It was not designed for we the government. And the government works for us. We don't work for them. And somehow we have to reestablish that relationship once again. Now, many people have said of me, you're too quiet, you're too soft-spoken, you're too weak, there's no way you can be the leader of the free world. That's because somebody has got people to believe that the louder you speak, the more powerful you are. But it's not true. It's not the number of decibels behind your speech which determines strength. What really determines strength is what have you been able to accomplish. Particularly, what have you been able to accomplish against the odds. That's where real strength is demonstrated. And, I don't like to brag, so a lot of people haven't really heard about what I've accomplished. But bear in mind, many of the things that we did in pediatric neurosurgery were very, very controversial. I remember, when I spoke at the first International Conference on Human Achondroplasia in Rome, achondroplasia, the most common form of dwarfism, 7% of them used to die in infancy. And it was because the brainstem was being compressed by bone at the base of the skull. It was so tight, people would go in and try to free it up, and would cause even more damage because there was no room in there. So I went to this conference, and after all the worlds of medicine had spoken, I came up and described a new technique that we had designed in order to accomplish the decompression. And they were just outraged. They said, you surgeons are the ones who cause this problem. Just leave them alone, and only 7% will die. You mess with them, and more will die. You think you can do anything? They were just outraged. And the criticism continued as I came back to Hopkins. And they were reporting me to the president of the hospital and the dean and to the Maryland Medical Society and even to the AMA. But by that time, I had done enough of those cases that I could actually expose or reveal the data. And not a single one of them had died. And the nice thing about medicine is that evidence counts. So when you're able to show the data, the controversy disappeared. It doesn't work that way in politics, unfortunately. But now that procedure is done around the world routinely, as well as many of the other controversial things, the hemispherectomies, operating on brainstem tumors, and various and sundry types of seizure operations. But, those are real accomplishments that save lives. But the other thing is university stuff. The greatest honor a university can bestow upon someone is an honorary doctorate degree. I have 67 of them. They do not give those to people for weakness. They give that to people for strength and for an example to the students. And I dare say, if you combine all the honorary degrees that everybody else is running together, you won't even come close to that. Not to brag, just to state the facts. On the occasion of its 200th anniversary, the Library of Congress named 89 living legends. I was one of them. Wouldn't do that for a weak person. So think about that. And, I could go on and on talking about the honors, but I think you get the point. The point being that it is the accomplishment and not the talk that makes the difference. And if you go to Washington, D.C., I guarantee you can find a lot of people who can talk. And they are just the most eloquent speakers. And they would make you think that they could solve every problem in the world. And yet, in our Congress, we have close to 9,000 years of political experience. But where is it getting us? And that's why we need more people who actually have real life experience. And the interesting thing is there are those who will have you believe that the only people who can solve our problems are politicians. politicians themselves. They actually believe that. But, our system was actually designed not for career politicians, but for citizen statesmen. And it was intended that we, the people, with practical experience, would be the ones who would actually understand how things work, and therefore would be the best ones to set out the policies and to represent the people. I still believe that. And if my candidacy is successful, I think it will open the door for a lot of people who are not politicians to throw their hat in the ring and vastly expand the pool from which we select our leadership in the future. And I think that can only benefit our nation, quite frankly. I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. But, America still is a land of dreams. And that's why it's so important that we preserve that. For me, the dream was medicine. There was nothing that even compared to medicine for me. Skip right over policeman and fireman, like most of us. I wanted to be a doctor. I loved anything that had to do with medicine. On television, Dr. Kildare, Dr. Casey, that stuff, I was all over. I even like going to the doctor's office. So it tells you I was strange. And I would gladly sacrifice a shot just so I could smell the alcohol swab. And if you were really lucky, the doctor would let you put the stethoscope on and listen to stuff. And it was just so cool. And going to the hospital was like the best thing in the world, because most people complain that they have to wait a long time. I didn't care how long you had to wait. And I would sit out in the hallway and listen to the PA system. Dr. Jones, to the emergency room. So it's so important. I'd be thinking one day they'll be saying, Dr. Carson, but of course we have beepers now. But still, I think there's a reason that God gave us brains with the ability to dream. Because sometimes the dream is the only thing that gets you through tough times. The ability to dream about what it is that you aspire to. And our country is noted for that. The American dream. Have you heard of a dream for any other country? There's no French dream. There's no Brazilian dream. There's no Nigerian dream. There's only an American dream. And it speaks to the incredible exceptionalism of this country. You have people who try to denigrate us and say we're responsible for all the ills of the world. And yet, have you noticed? There are a lot of people trying to get in here and not a lot of people trying to get out. And that tells you that there is something incredibly special about this place. Even for someone like myself, growing up in poverty, with a terrible temper, believe it or not, I really did have one. I really did try to stab somebody, and the belt buckle really did save them, despite the fact that some people can't believe that. And the media was having a lot of fun with that. Saturday Night Live, they were having a lot of fun with that. Until they discovered the Parade magazine article from 1997, where they were interviewing my mother, and she talked about it, and then they kind of, oh, well, let's go talk about something else. And we're going to talk about something else. But it does bring up something. It brings up a point. There are a lot of people in our society who do not believe or understand the power of God to change someone's life. To them, it is foolishness. The Bible says that. But to the carnal man, the things of God are foolishness. They're incapable of understanding it. But I can understand it because I've seen it manifested in my life so many times, and I'm sure many of you can too. I remember going off to college. I had been a terrible student. Through my mother making me read, turn on TV, I become a top student. And won a scholarship to Yale University. I gotta tell you, I thought I was really smart. I thought I was perhaps the smartest person in the world. And if not, certainly in the top 5. But, by the end of that first semester at Yale, I was starting to think I was the dumbest person in the world. How in the world did I even get into this school? I was thinking I was failing freshman chemistry. And I was pre-med. Now, you cannot fail chemistry if you're pre-med, okay? It doesn't work that way. And there I was, the night before the final, no chance of passing. Even if I got an A on the final, I was still going to fail. That's how bad it was. But the chemistry professor, in his great, beneficence, or in his sadism, I'm not sure which, he had said, anybody who's failing, I will give them double credit on the final exam, just so that you can have that last bit of hope before you die. So there I was thinking, somehow I'm going to learn all this stuff tonight. I had that big chemistry textbook, and I'm trying to memorize all this stuff, and of course, I fell asleep. And I remember I prayed that night. I said, Lord, I always thought you wanted me to be a doctor. And yet, it looks like I'm going to fail chemistry. So could you please tell me what it is you really want me to do? Or, alternatively and preferably, work a miracle. And I fell asleep, and I dreamed I was in an auditorium. I was the only one there. And on the blackboard, a nebulous figure was working out these chemistry problems. It was so vivid in my mind. I awakened early in the morning. I went and looked up all this stuff that I dreamed about. And the next day when I went to take the exam, I opened that textbook and I heard the music from the Twilight Zone. Because I recognized the first problem was one of the ones I dreamed about. And the next and the next and the next, right through, I aced the test, was one of the first people out of there. Why not? I had just seen it the night before. But, I said, Lord, now I know that you have a plan for me that includes being a doctor. And I will never put you in that position again. And I will learn how to study. And I did. And it made a difference. But it made a very strong impression on me. So that when other periods of doubt came up in my life about my medical career, I thought back to what is it that the Lord had in store for you. And He gave me an amazing career. If somebody had sat me down in front of a typewriter and said, I want you to type out the career you want to have, I could never have come up with anything that even approaches what actually happened. And He does everything for a reason. And, as I explore this next chapter of my life, I'm not exactly sure where it leads. But I do know that our nation is in dire trouble. And my whole career was spent on trying to give children a better life. And as I see the next generation and what they face, it is impossible for me to sit back and put my feet up and relax. $18.5 trillion national debt. Think about that. I mean, it's a number that you can say, but who can actually comprehend what that means? Thomas Jefferson said it's immoral to pass debt to the next generation. What would he say if we brought him back today? He would probably stroke out immediately. He would not be able to even comprehend what we were doing. To pay back $18 trillion at a rate of $10 million a day, it would take more than 5,000 years. And we're putting that on the back of our young people. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. The fiscal gap. Please look it up when you go home today. That is the amount of unfunded liabilities that we owe Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all the government programs, all the government agencies, versus what we have coming back to us from tax revenues and other revenue sources. Big asterisks by other revenue sources. there should be a lot of them if we manage the thing appropriately. The United States has about $150 trillion in assets. You have a well-run company with $150 trillion in assets, they will get at least a 2% return, probably a lot higher than that. We wouldn't have a national debt if we knew how to manage things appropriately. You know, I spent 18 years on the board of Kellogg and 16 on COSTA, learning the whole concept of management, not only in this country, but in other countries as well. And I can tell you, our government does not manage things correctly. The waste is unbelievable. A company that was run the way our government is run would go bankrupt in less than a year. So the people should have the benefit of an efficient and effective government. But at any rate, the amount of money that we owe versus the amount of money we have coming back, if we were fiscally responsible, those numbers would be virtually identical. If they're not a gap forms, bring that forward to today's dollars, it's called a fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. It is a staggering amount of money. And that kind of debt will ultimately destroy us if we don't do something about it. In fact, if I were in charge of this nation, Stephanie, and I was trying to destroy it from within, what I would do is I would try to divide the people. I would drive wedges between all the people because I would know that the unity is the strength. So I would have a war on women, race wars, income wars, age wars, religious wars, every kind of war imaginable I would have going on. I would have people believing if somebody disagrees with you, you should hate them and you should try to destroy them. And then I would try to destabilize the financial foundation of the country by driving the debt into a stratosphere. I would invite people in here from other countries, give them all kinds of benefits. I would be trying to get the people here to accept all kinds of government benefits. I'd put everybody in food stamps I could possibly get on them. I'd be giving people free telephones. I'd be telling people that, you know, they can get free college, free university tuition. I would get them so used to all these handouts and just continue to skyrocket that debt and destabilize. And then I would weaken the military. I would have the smallest Navy since 1917, the smallest Air Force since 1940 through a sequester. I would gut the personnel. I would have people so discouraged that our generals would be retiring early. 14% decrease in the number of people applying for the voluntary military. I would tell the veterans how important they are, but I would do nothing to improve their situation. I would refuse to do anything about the electric grid. I wouldn't harden it. I wouldn't provide alternative sources, knowing that it leaves us in a very vulnerable place. I would cancel the space program, pay the Russians $77 million every time we send a man up to the space station, recognizing that the innovations that came out of our space program were the thing that kept us far ahead in terms of our military technology. Even things like your cell phone came out of that space program. And I would also know, of course, that in the future, he who controls space will control the earth. But these are the things that I would do if I were in charge, and I would try to destroy the nation from within. Any resemblance to what is actually going on right now is surely coincidental. But, you know, it gives you some idea of what we're up against and what we must do as a nation. How much time do we have to get this done? And it means that all of us have got to be serious. We've got to understand that there are radical jihadists, Islamic jihadists who want to destroy us. It is their goal. We have two choices. We can let them do it and act like they're no big deal, even refuse to call them by name, or we can use every resource available to us to destroy them. But we need to understand them in order to do that. We need to understand Islam. We need to understand their history. We need to understand who Muhammad was when he lived in Mecca, how the people there felt about him, how he had to leave there when his uncle who was protecting him died, and go to Mecca and put together an army there to destroy anybody who disagreed with him. And the whole concept of the caliphate, which is sort of their state, which they have to have for their caliph, which they didn't have from 1924 until recently, when they established the caliphate, taking half of Iraq, a third of Syria, and several other footholds in other parts of the world, Egypt, Libya, which is one that is particularly serious because of where Libya sits. You go north and you're into southern Europe, and you go south and you're into Chad, Niger, Sudan. The ability to really spread that ideology in so many places. And it's very, very dangerous. We need to understand what their goal is. And they can't carry out legitimately their jihad unless they have a state. And if we want to defeat them, we have to take that state from them. So we have to delegitimize them by taking all that territory. The advantage of doing that is they have to come out and defend the territory. Right now what they do is they hide amongst the populace because they realize that we're not going to carpet bomb the populace, and therefore they're safe. As we begin to take their land, they have to come out and fight or capitulate. And we take them when they do. They are the richest terrorist organization on earth because they have oil revenues. We have to take or destroy their ability to raise revenue altogether. And then we have to shut down their channels of dissemination of wealth because they go after the disaffected people of the world. And they make their lives better financially. But if they don't have a mechanism for doing that, it's going to be very hard for them to recruit people. And we have to go right to the heart, their command and control center, which is in Raqqa, and to a lesser extent in Mosul. And we have to shut those areas off, just like we did a month ago with Sinjar. With the Kurds and our special ops people, we cut off the supply routes. We softened the city. And then with the Kurdish army, along with our embedded special ops went in, backed up by the Air Force, we were able to take that city. That's a methodology that works extremely well. That's what we have to do. And that way, we go after their command and control centers. We strangulate them. They have to run. They have to set up somewhere else. We let them set up, and then we strangulate them there. We keep them running all the time. They don't have the time to plan the mischief over here. And that's really the best way to protect ourselves. Doesn't mean that we need to be doing other things. We obviously need to be monitoring the internet. And certainly anybody who's coming into this country, we're going to be looking at their Facebook and their internet activities. Give me a break. That's ridiculous. Some of the things that our federal government does or does not do. It almost seems like they're on the other side sometimes. But we need to be monitoring the internet. We need to find those sites that are responsible for radicalizing and recruiting people. We need to put out alternative methods, and we need to use cyber attacks to shut them down. We need to be going to their servers. We need to be taking those servers down. We have to play hardball with these individuals. We need to teach the American people how to react when they are in a situation. When I was a kid, they used to have air raid drills. And when you heard that siren, you knew where you were supposed to go. We have to be ready because we have entered a new phase. We are actually involved in a real war. This is not playtime anymore. And we have got to be serious. We've got to get our Congress to be serious because it's not clear to me that the administration is going to be serious. And I don't know what's going to be going on a year from now if we continue to allow them to expand and do what they're going to do without the right kind of opposition. But that's the reason that we have, a three-part government. When one falls down on the job, the others have to pick up the slack. And right now, they're not picking up the slack. And we have to each do our part to encourage them, encourage our representatives to get some backbone, get some spine, and do something. They okayed this $1.1 trillion omnibus bill that still has funding for Planned Parenthood. We got to tell them this is not acceptable. They have got to put the stake in the ground and start fighting for the things that represent the values of the people of America. Because most of the people in America have the right kinds of values. It's just that they've been beaten down. And they've been intimidated by the PC police and by others. And, we have to remember, when we sing our national anthem, and it says, we're the land of the free and the home of the brave, we have to remember that we can't be free unless we're brave. It's going to be up to us to be willing to stand up in the face of opposition. I have gotten used to it. The left hates my guts because they are terrified of what I represent, and they will use every opportunity to try to find a way to knock me out. And I feel sorry for them in a way, because they've been looking everywhere they can around the globe. We've been talking to friends in Australia trying to find some dirt on me. And they can't find a scandal. And it's frustrating for them. So they say, well, let's see if we can attack his character. We can find a way to create doubt. And they tell lies. And then when you dispel that, they just conveniently move on to something else without admitting that they were wrong. And, it just goes on and on. But, none of that concerns me. And you might say, well, why is he so calm all the time? I'll tell you why. Because I believe in God. And I believe in God's will. And I know that whatever he wants, that's what's going to happen. It really doesn't matter what they or anybody else do. And all I have to do is continue to tell the truth and talk about the things that are truly important to our nation. Because I believe that the people will awaken and recognize the seriousness of this situation. And we're all going to have to be a part of this. Everybody here has a sphere of influence. And that sphere is going to have to be utilized if we are going to save this nation. In the pre-revolutionary days, people did not like what King George III was doing. They got together. They started having town meetings in their barns, in their living rooms, in the middle of the street. They even invited the loyalists. They said, what kind of nation do you want to have? What do you want to pass on to your children and your grandchildren? What are you willing to fight for? What are you willing to die for? And they encouraged each other, and that's how a ragtag bunch of militiamen defeated the most powerful professional military force on earth. We need that same kind of fortitude right now, because we have to save this nation for the next generation. We can't continue to pile things on for them and just let them think for themselves and not have a quality of life. That's not who we are as a nation. And we also, everybody must take an opportunity to talk to those people that you know who didn't vote in the last cycle. A lot of people say, oh, I don't need to vote. My vote doesn't count. It does come. And when you don't vote, you are voting. But you're voting for the other side. That's the problem. Because if we get another progressive president, and they get 2 or 3 Supreme Court picks, America as we know it is gone. And it'll be our own fault. And that's why we have to be active. We have to know what's going on. We have to read and investigate for ourselves, not be spoon-fed by the media or by the pundits, but utilize that amazing brain. You know what? Thomas Jefferson was the one who said that we would get to this point. He would say the American people would become less vigilant. They would not be paying attention. They would be more concerned about the football game or who's on Dancing with the Stars. He didn't use those examples, but you get the point. And he said, as a result, the government, as all governments do, would expand and infiltrate and dominate. He said, but just before we turn to another form of government, the people of America would awaken. They would recognize what was going on. They would stand up and they would retake control of the government. And I say, now is the time to do that. Thank you very much.
I'd like to reintroduce myself. I'm Candy Carson, and I approve this message.
All right. We have time for a couple of questions, if anybody has one. Yes.
I'd like to know, biofuels in Iowa is extremely important. According to the economy here in northwest Iowa and the whole state. So I'd like to have you explain what your stand is on the renewable fuel standard.
Okay, renewable fuel standard. What is my stand on it? My stand is that this country has been blessed with enormous energy resources, all kinds of resources, and we're also blessed with a lot of innovation. And I believe that the government should not be involved in picking and choosing winners and losers. Things should rise and fall based on what they provide to the economy. Having said that, as far as the renewable fuel standard is concerned, there were certain promises that were made that extend out until 2022. And many people, invested a lot of time, energy, and resources based on those promises that were made. Those promises have to be kept. But after that time, we should be aiming toward, everybody standing on their own 2 feet. And that means that nobody else, petroleum or anybody else, gets any advantage either. So we make a completely level playing field, and we let capitalism work the way it's supposed to. We let innovation work the way it's supposed to, and we get the government out of our lives. Yes?
I do research on and teach thinking and problem solving, and one of the hallmarks of good thinking is often intellectual humility and the willingness to sort of listen to what the people you disagree with are saying. We have some of the other candidates for the Republican nomination don't strike me as people willing to do that so much, but working together with the Democrats is essential to get us moving. How will you work across the aisle to get everybody on the same page?
Well, our divisiveness right now is one of the major threats to us right now. And we have, as I said, radical Islamic jihadists want to destroy us. Why would we make their job easier by trying to destroy ourselves? Have you noticed, you go on the internet and you read an article, and you go to the comment section, you will not get 5 comments down before people are calling each other all kinds of vile names. Where did that spirit come from? I'll tell you where it did not come from. It did not come from our Judeo-Christian values. And we need to bring back those values again. And those values include recognizing that we are a pluralistic society. So this my way or the highway stuff, that doesn't work. But what we have to do is learn how to sit down, put on the table the rationale for your beliefs, and engage in civil discussion. And in a Carson administration, that will be done. Now, you will generally find that when you actually do that, you're not nearly as far apart as you think. And what happens is when people get off in their respective corners and hurl hand grenades at each other, all they do is exacerbate the tensions. And then it becomes a matter of hubris. And, you know, I'm better than you are, and my plan is better. That doesn't work. All that does is destroy us. So I'm always for compromise when it comes to methodology. I'm never for compromise when it comes to principles. But methodology, there are lots of different ways to get there. In the back?
Yeah, I'm a nurse. And
my favorite people. Okay, well, for one thing, you know, when it comes to the entire illegal immigration system, we can fix that. We have the ability to do it, we just don't have the will to do it. You know, I've been down to the border and talked to the sheriffs and deputy sheriffs down there. It's horror story after horror story. We can seal that border in less than a year if we truly want to do it. We put in a double fence, just like they did in Yuma County, Arizona, with an asphalt road in between for quick access. You actually put border guards on the border, imagine that. And then first-time offenders, you prosecute them. You don't catch and release them. When Yuma County, Arizona did that, they cut the illegal immigration rate by 97%. And we can do even better than that when we add motion detectors and drones for early detection. So we have the ability to do it. We just don't have the will to do it. And then what you have to do is you have to turn off the spigot that dispenses the goodies. You know, if there are no goodies, they won't come. So the kinds of things that you were mentioning, absolutely turn that spigot off. You cannot do it. Now, it doesn't mean that people can't be charitable, but they would throw themselves upon the mercy of people. They would not be taking taxpayer things. And then what I would do with the 11.5 million people who are here illegally, I would, if they have a pristine record, if they don't have a pristine record, they're out. But if they have a pristine record and they would like to be guest workers, they have a 6-month period in which to register.
All right, folks, what we're going to do is just step away from the Ben Carson rally and just show you the top video of the week that we had here on Fox 10 News Now, and that is Donald Trump's rally on Wednesday from right here in Mesa, Arizona. So we're going to play that rally in full for you. Just give me a second to get it all set up, and we will play it for you.
Thank you very much. This is amazing. And I want to thank Bill and Travis. Where's Bill and Travis? They own this place. They gave us a very good deal. You know what it is? Nothing. Where are they? Where are they? Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Nice facility. Nice facility. They said they've never had a thing like this before. That's true. We went to 3 or 4 places, and every time we'd sign up, there were so many more people than we thought. It was just an amazing experience. And, you know, we all started in Phoenix where I had that big event. We had the big event. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you, folks. I love you. Amazing. You know, we all want the same thing. We want to make America great again. I mean, it's like we want the same thing. Last night, I'm sure nobody watched the debate last night, right? Nobody in this crowd. This is a very apolitical crowd. No, we had a little debate. So I'll bet you they got big ratings. I'll bet. You know, I called up the head of CNN. I said, your ratings are through the roof. I think next time I won't do it. I want to maybe not do the next debate just to see it tank, you know, and then I'll do the one. But these debates they've become Super Bowls in a sense. It's been amazing. Do you know that last cycle, no network even wanted the debates? They were considered a wasteland. Nobody watched. They had very few people watching. And now Fox had 24 million, which is now actually higher with the final numbers, but 24 million, the largest ever on cable television. CNN had 23 million, the biggest event in the history, in terms of numbers, in terms of people watching, in the history of CNN. I mean, CNN, in all fairness, they cover wars, they cover lots of different things, some problems, some big events. In the history of CNN, 23 million, according to CNN, was the biggest event they've ever had. And you know what I get out of it? Nothing. Nothing. And think of it. 4 years ago, nobody cared. Do you remember the debates 4 years ago? Did anybody even watch? So we have to take advantage of what we can. You know, so last night was interesting because, number one, I made a pledge because it's just so much easier. It's so much easier. We're going to, you know, it's hard to, they're saying, are you going to run as an independent? I said, you know, I just got a poll where I'm at 41 and other guys are at 2 and 3 and 7. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, I think I'll leave now and I'll run as an independent. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. No, it's amazing. You know, I did Meet the Press a couple of months ago, and I was doing great. I was number 1. I've been number 1. By the way, since I went, they're all talking about it. In the history of politics, they say, this isn't me, it's those people who I don't trust but, you know, I go through this all the time, and I always say, although today I think the fact that I did Bill O'Reilly in that corner, they had no choice but to follow. But they never show the crowd size. You know that, right? I always talk about it. I go home, my wife said, did you have many people? Because they just don't show the crowd. They show my face. They never show the crowd unless, and I used to think the cameras were like fixed, that they can't move. You know, modern cameras, a lot of them, they don't work like the old cameras, right? And then all of a sudden we'll have like a protester in the back corner and you'll see these cameras twisted like a pretzel. It's unbelievable. But I think today, look at all of them back there. Look at those cameras. They are the worst people. The worst. The worst. The worst. No, they're very dishonest. Not all of them. 75%. It's true. And some are very good. But you have so many dishonest reporters. I've never seen. In fact, it's almost amazing to me because I consider myself to get the worst publicity, and yet I've got this massive lead. And it tells you two things. They're dishonest, and the people are really smart. No, they're really smart. I mean, I'll get stories that are so bad, and then they'll come back, Mr. Trump, sir, your polls just went up 7 points. I say, how could that be possible? People get it. They know the press is dishonest. It's a whole big con job. So it's one of those. In fact, in Phoenix, you remember the crowd? Was anybody at Phoenix? Right? It was like this. We had 15,000 people. They reported it at 4,000 and then 2,000. And then, what's his name? Bernie Sanders. He's gone, so now. He's gone. He lost it when he said Hillary's fine with the emails. And she's not fine with the emails. That was really breaking the law, folks, okay? So he doesn't get big crowds anymore. But he was there a little bit before or after. His crowd, we have pictures. His crowd, my crowd. His crowd was much lighter than mine. He had a lot of people, but it was much lighter. And they say he had more than Trump. Not that it matters, but it's just dishonest reporting. It's one of those things, okay? Now, last night, I had Jeb come at me. You know, low energy. No, I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I hear this, Donald Trump, dude, it's just like... He said it just the way his pollster told him to say it. And then I hit back very, very hard. But look, we need strong people. We need sharp people. We are being killed. We are being beaten by everybody. We're not winning anymore. And I finished up by saying, we aren't winning anymore. We don't win on trade. We don't win against ISIS. We don't win with the military. Our vets are being mistreated so badly. It's horrible. Horrible. So I just want to go over this. So here we are. Ready? Really? They're complaining. Actually, don't complain. You're going to be the only ones that anyone's going to see on television tonight. In a certain way, they have the best location. You'll be happy tonight when you're watching yourself on television. So last night, they do all these polls, and it's great. They poll everything. It's amazing to me. The candidates go out and spend hundreds of thousands for pollsters, right? I don't. I got a lot of money, and it doesn't matter. I have, unlimited campaign. And yet, now think of this. So Jeb Bush, to this point, has spent over $40 million for ads. He's at two. Donald Trump, till this point, has spent $211,000. I don't even know why I spent it. I think I wanted to give some... No, it's true. And I'm at number one by a lot, by 27, 30 points. I'm a lot. So think of it. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do that for our country? Think of it. So I spent the least, and I have the best result. Unlike our students, where we're number one in the world by far in terms of cost per pupil, and we're number 28 in the world, okay? You're right. I think I like that guy, right? But no, think of it, because it's like the reverse. So I spent the least. Now I'm going to spend a lot of money, but I was going to have spent up till this point $35 million. I thought I needed to spend, what do I know? And these guys, as much as I can't stand them, they give me all this free publicity. No, it's true, right? If I put an ad on, people would get sick. They say, oh my God, we had the whole program and now we have ads. Please don't put the ad. We actually call networks, please don't put that ad. They cover you for a full hour, and then every 12 minutes they have an ad for Trump. No, it doesn't work. So I was going to have $35 million spent literally right up to this point, and I've spent nothing. I haven't spent anything, but we're ready to spend. We're ready to spend, and we're going to spend a lot. And I think we're going to win Iowa. We just came out where we're leading in Iowa now, which is a great place. But this I love, because this just came out. Drudge. Now, this is with 15 people, right? Drudge is great. How good is Drudge, right? Great guy. He's a great guy. So they do these online polls where they have hundreds of thousands of people. So they vote. Somebody would say, oh, well, they're not reliable because maybe Trump voted. They have hundreds of that. Do you think I'm going to have my people sit there and make hundreds of thousands of phone calls? And then they don't report it anyway if I win, because if I win, they don't report it. They have these guys like George Will. You fall asleep listening to this guy. George Will. If he didn't wear the little spectacles, he wouldn't even be bright. Nobody would think of him. This is George Will. I got to tell you, Krauthammer's terrible. He is so unfair to me. He is the worst. He is the worst. And I'm not allowed to criticize him, so I'm going to be very nice. Krauthammer, he's terrible. He's terrible. You have a guy named Stephen Hayes. I never even heard of this guy. When my name is mentioned, it's like he's a boiler. He goes crazy. Now, part of the reason is they all said I was never going to run, right? And then I ran. Then they said, well, he'll never file Form A. That's basically a single page where you sign your life away. And I went like this. Let's go. Boom, I signed. Then they said, well, maybe he's not as rich as everyone thinks. And he'll never file his financials. And if he does, he'll file them in 2 years from now, because you're allowed a lot of extensions. I filed them ahead of schedule in less than 30 days. Okay? Almost 100 pages. And the press was down there. They said they'd never seen anything like it. They were scouring those things. Believe me, I wouldn't be running unless I was really rich, because they would have killed me. And by the way, you haven't read one report. Bad. I built a great company. I built a tremendous company. Very little debt, tremendous cash flow, the best assets. And the only reason I say it, I'm not saying it because it sounds terrible in a certain way. I don't want to brag. But that's the thinking we need in this country. We have $19 trillion in debt. We have $19 trillion in debt. We built a $43 million gas station in Afghanistan, and it doesn't even sell the right gas. Okay, 43 million. Do you think you could have built that gas station for slightly less? No, you look at the things, the money, we spend $1 billion to build a hospital. You could build 7 hospitals for that. We could take care of our vets for money. We have such stupid people leading us. I used to say they're incompetent. I didn't want to use the word stupid. It's too crude and too tough. They don't know I went to an Ivy League school. I'm really like a smart guy. My uncle was at MIT. He was a professor for years. They didn't believe it. They went and checked. Dr. John Trump. I actually think he was there for 5 decades. MIT, he was one of the great engineers, scientists. And, it's like really good stuff. But when they talk about us, they talk about us like, do we know? Let me tell you, these are the smartest people. These are the people that made our country great originally. These are the great people. These are the great people. And we're going to take our country back, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to run it smart. We're going to run it smart. We give $150 billion to Iran. Listen to this, and this I just heard this morning. So we give $150 billion to Iran. They self-inspect their big site. In other words, where they're making the nukes. Can you imagine you call them, we hear you're making nukes. Okay, well, let us check. They call, no, we're not making nukes there, you dumb son. And then, no, but think of this. And then they have the 24-day where they have 24 days, but before the clock starts ticking, you have to go through a whole process, so it could be forever before you get there. And the other thing, look, nuclear is so important. It's more important than anything. And having a deal is good, but we got to make good deals, not bad deals. But another thing, they got 4 prisoners. They wouldn't even get them out. So I've been complaining about this long before they did the deal. Get the prisoners out. 150. So now the deal is done, and what do I hear this morning on television? That we're now starting a brand new separate negotiation for the prisoners, and they want many prisoners that we have over here for the 4. No, think about it. Think about it. No, think about it. So now they want to start a whole new negotiation that we should have had 3 years ago when the stupid negotiation began. You go in and you say, before we start, we want our prisoners. They say no. We say, that's okay. You leave the room, you double up the sanctions. They call you back within 48 hours, and they'll say, you got your prisoners. Think of it. We just gave them the greatest deal, one of the greatest deals in the history of countries. We made them a powerful, rich nation. They're going to now have nuclear. They don't even have to waste their time making it. With the money we gave them, they can buy nuclear. Why are they going to make it? They can buy whatever they want. You don't think North Korea is probably calling them, help, 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 we need money, we'll give you some nukes? We are led by the stupidest people I can't even imagine it. So now, here's the thing, and I can't even watch it. I can't even listen to it. So now they want to do a new negotiation for the prisoners. And all we had to do is say, we want our prisoners back. And you would have had them, and they want a lot. And one of the guys said from Iran, we want a lot. Oh, great, great. It drives all of us That's why we're here. You know, they used to talk about the silent majority. We're not silent anymore, folks. We're not silent. And Hillary Clinton is a disaster. She's going to be beaten. She's a disaster. Don't forget, her and Obama helped get us into this mess with the migration. Her with, let's go into Libya, let's go here. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She wakes up in the morning. I will not say that she puts on her pantsuit because that's what she does. I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it. I will not say that. She wakes up in the morning. She goes out. She'll go to New Hampshire, Iowa, one day a week or something. Do you ever notice? She'll do something totally staged. She'll pick 4 people. She's always sitting around a little plastic table. There's like 4 people, nice people. I mean, they're hand-picked. Out of 1,000 people, they pick the 4 nicest. They ask her these really innocent questions. And then she leaves and she goes back to sleep for a week. It's incredible. And I'm telling you, I'll tell you what, and the Fox poll just came out, and the Fox poll was very strong that I beat her easily. I beat her easily. And honestly, I mean, look what I did to Bush. I haven't even started on Hillary. I haven't even started. Poor Bush. I hear now he's doing another commercial. He does commercials. You're spending all this money doing negative commercials on me. He's doing a commercial where he uses what he said last night, but he doesn't put what I said to him. And what it is, and it's a big problem in terms of running for office, because, you know, these super PACs are a scam. They're a scam. They're a horrible thing. They're totally corrupt. One of the super PACs that was written about last week in the Los Angeles Times, they raised $6 million. By the time all of these guys took their cut, they ended up with $140,000 left for their campaign. That's better than being a real estate broker, right? Right? So we have so many things we can do. And I'll tell you, the thing I really look forward to doing, some of the people on the stage I really like. You saw last night that Ted Cruz was very nice to me, and I was nice to him. Actually, most of the people were nice to me last night. I mean, it was pretty good. You know, I went in there saying, boy, this is going to be a tough evening, because I heard all of them were going to come at me, right? 14 of them were going to be coming at me. I was prepared, but I said, this could be unpleasant in front of, you know, millions of people. And out of the 14, you know, Jeb and I guess Rand Paul, who doesn't have a chance. I mean, what's he doing? By the way, what is Rand Paul doing? You know, whether you like his politics or not, his father had a certain spark, right? You know, there was a little spark on there. Rand doesn't have that spark. Rand doesn't have that spark. And I love Kentucky. It's one of the great places, but I don't get it. You know, how does this guy get reelected in Kentucky? I don't get it. I don't know. Is he going to be primaried? Is somebody going to run against him? Because we do want a Republican, but is he going to be primaried or something? But he's a nasty guy. But the father had a spark, and he had something special. Like they say I have. No, I'm only kidding. But he had something special. Rand doesn't have it. So other than those two, I mean, it was really even Kasich was very nice to me last night. I was very surprised. He's gotten beaten up pretty badly. He said, you know what? It's easier to be nice to Trump, right? It's easier, less costly. But he was nice, so we had a good time. So anyway, Drudge, 46%. Now that's out of 15 people. So that means I got 46%. Time magazine, believe me, I don't control Time. I was on their cover 4 or 5 weeks ago. They should have picked me for the person of the year, but they didn't. No, they should. Now, you know what, that's not coming from me. They have these panels, and virtually, and I said, I'm never going to get it because I'm not establishment. But every panel that I saw on television when Time was, because, you know, it's sort of cool, even though the magazine's gone down the tubes, it's sort of, no, it's a cool thing. Most magazines are going down, in all fairness to them. It's great, isn't it, to watch these guys go down the tubes? Isn't it great? I love it. But you know what? Time magazine, so they'd have these panels, and they'd have 5 people around, you know, all the political panels. And almost everybody, even my enemies, said, no, Trump will get it, because he's done something that's never been done before. This has never been done before, folks. And we're really doing something. It's really a movement. What we're doing is a movement. So they said Trump's going to win, and I said I won't. I told my wife, I said, they'll never do it. It's just like The Apprentice. For the first 3 seasons, I should have gotten the Emmy for The Apprentice. Got the #1, got tremendous ratings. It was the hottest thing. And they'd pick these shows that were establishment. Amazing Race. You fall asleep watching it. Okay, it's not a race, it's a sleeping contest. Because I'm not establishment in Hollywood, I'm not establishment politically. So Time magazine picked a woman who's destroying Germany. She let the migration come right into Germany. She's destroying Germany. And if I have to work with her in a little while, I'll do just fine. But I'm telling you, what she did is wrong. They should have done a safe zone in Syria, had a big, beautiful, fat safe zone, and stopped all this nonsense. And honestly, if it weren't for Obama and Hillary, you probably wouldn't have even had the migration. They are so incompetent. So then Time magazine, 49%. Slate, 51%. Syracuse.com, 49%. U.S. News and World Report, 69%. PBS, public broadcast, PBS, 69%. This is who won the debate. That's all it is. 69%. The Blaze, well, he doesn't like me very much. That's okay. Who cares? I don't even know who he is. 38%. Not bad. It's my lowest one. Washington Times, great paper, 62%. CBS Philadelphia, 59%. Fox 5 Las Vegas, 62%. That's what it is. I mean, you know. And by the way, I just read every single poll. Those are all the online polls who won the debates. And then you'll watch these guys. Now, in all fairness, I actually did watch. You know, when you're on television, you tend to watch no matter who you are. Hey, I want to watch myself. But I went home and I watched. And I must say, for the most part, even the haters, they said he did well. One or two said, well, I didn't think he had a particularly great night. These people are brutal. But who cares? So one of the reasons we've done so well here is because we are going to stop illegal immigration. We have to. We have to. And if we don't stop it, we don't have a country, folks. We don't have a country. We don't have a country. And, you know, I have as big a heart as anybody here. I have as big a heart as anybody. It's like with the migration. Help them. Let's do something. But we can't let them come over, almost more importantly than anybody. Did you see yesterday there was a big story about the cell phones and what's on? They have ISIS flags and all sorts of beheadings and crimes on pictures on their cell phones. First of all, why are people in a migration having cell phones? That was the first question. It's sort of strange. I mean, who's paying for those cell phones? Where are they coming from? Who are they calling? These are people. Can you imagine many, many, many cell phones? Why? Where do they get cell phones? Who pays their monthly bill? What do? Don't they get billed by the phone company or something? How? I asked that. You know, a friend of mine said, you know, they have flags. And he was talking all about the ISIS flags. And also the beheadings on the phones, everything. So, but I said something different. I said, how come they have cell phones? And he said, wow, I never thought of that. You're right. How come they have cell phones? So we're not letting them come in. And if they are here when I get here, they're all going back. They have to. They have to. They have to. They're going back. So we're going to build a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for the wall. They're going to pay for it. And I love Mexico, and I love the Mexican people, and I have thousands of them that work for me, and they're incredible workers with incredible spirit, and they love me. And I'll tell you what, in the state of Nevada, they recently did a poll, and I'm leading with the Hispanics, and everyone's saying, oh, that's because I'm going to produce jobs. I'm going to take our jobs back from China and Japan and Mexico and all these other places. And you know what? The Hispanics that are here legally and that went through a process, those people are all, they're for me because they don't want their jobs taken. They don't want their house taken. They don't want to be overrun by people pouring across the borders. And one of the first thing I do, I mean, probably the first thing I do is the good thing about an executive order. What's the good thing? I can walk in, sign, and that's the end of it. I don't have to go through Congress. I mean, Obama never goes through Congress anymore. He does. You know, it just, isn't it incredible? So I'm a Republican, but I'm so disappointed in the Republicans. When we got majority, didn't you think it would be different? It's the same thing. It's the same. I tell the story. Some guy or woman gets elected. They go through hell. We're going to stop Obamacare. We're going to repeal it. And I am going to do that. By the way, it's going to be dead. No. We don't have to worry too much. It's going to die in 17, unless the Republicans work out a rescue plan, which they'll probably do if I'm not there, I will tell you. Obamacare is dead in 17. You know, the wrong people are signing up. It's all messed up. Doctors are leaving. I have a friend. He's a doctor. He's a young guy. He's leaving the profession. He said, I have more accountants than I have nurses. The guy's got more accountants than nurses. So anyway, we are going to take care of Obamacare. We're going to make this place, it's going to be unbelievable. And it can go fast. Now, I'll tell you what can't happen. We can't go through another 4 years of this incompetence, this stupidity. We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. So we're going to get rid of that. But the wall is so important, and you know it does work. All you have to do is ask your friends in Israel. It works. It's really effective. But I mean a Trump wall. I don't mean a wall that you knock over, you kick it through. I mean, let's see, the height of this building. How high is your ceiling here, man? Travis, how high is your ceiling? Because you're talking about a little bit higher than that. Meaning, if you get up there, man, there's no way to get down. Okay. And it's going to be a beautiful wall because someday they'll name it after me, and I want it to be beautiful. It's true. It's true. And it's going to work. And we're going to have people come in. We're going to have a big door, and we're going to have people come in, but they're going to come in legally. They're coming in legally. And we're going to bring our country back. You know, it's really having a huge impact. And, you know, one of the people that I've gotten to know so many people, students and professors and college heads, because, you know, the student debt's a huge problem. We're going to work on that. We're going to work on everything. We got to work on everything. I mean, there's nothing we can't work on. There's nothing in this country. You know, I said last night, I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be the enemy and have one of those suckers coming at me. We just don't know how to use it. The whole thing is like different. But one of the people that I've gotten to know, who's one of the great, great people, the illegal immigration has caused tremendous crime, has caused tremendous death. It's caused economic hurt, as you know, because a lot of jobs are being taken and our citizens don't get those jobs. And again, we're going to have people come in. And we're going to have, if there are some areas like the grape areas, I know a lot of the folks up there, and they say if we can't we'll do some visa program where we get people up. We're not going to hurt industry. We don't want to hurt business or anything. So we'll get the people in. If our people don't want to take the jobs, and I understand that. You know, there's people that don't want certain jobs, and I get it. But we're going to get the people in. We're going to make this country so dynamic. My tax plan, I'm cutting the hell out of taxes for the middle class and for businesses. Corporations are going to bring the trillions of dollars that are outside of the country. They're going to bring it in. They're going to use it here. But one of the people I got to know, and he's a friend of mine, and he had a horrible thing happen. His son, Jamil Shaw, you may have seen him. He's just been amazing. And whenever he's around, I say, do me a favor, say a few words. He'll explain what happened with an illegal immigrant who killed his son viciously and violently. And he's become a friend of mine, and he's a great guy, and he's here with us. And let me bring him up. Jamil, come on up. Say a few words. Jamil.
Hello, everybody. I'll get right to the point. On March the 2nd, 2008, my son was shot dead in the street like a dog by an illegal alien gangbanger, 18th Street gangbanger. He was on his third gun charge. Now, we hear all these people talking about banning guns, but you have a legal alien on his third gun charge, never been deported. He was released. He was in jail for assault with a deadly weapon, battery on a peace officer, and resisting arrest. Okay, they only gave him 8 months in the county jail for that. And then they let him out 4 months early. The day he got out, they were, according to the Sheriff Baca in L.A. County, he said that the Latino gang members, the legal alien gangs, Latino gang members, the shot callers ordered them out in the streets the same day they get out because they don't want them to be rehabilitated. So the same day he got out, he was told to go in my neighborhood, and he was looking for blacks to kill. My son me and my son went to a football training in Pasadena, and he was getting recruited from Stanford, Rutgers, West Virginia, Texas. I mean, it was really a beautiful thing, you know. I mean, we did 17 years of hardcore practicing, trying to get a scholarship, and we were there. We had it. We had it. And that day we came home from the training. He asked me to go to the mall, like all our kids do. They want to go to the mall, hang out with their friends. I didn't want to let him go, but I let him go only because the day before he asked me to go to a party. Of course, I said no. And I said, you know why, right? He said, I know, Dad, I might get shot. And he was like, man, Dad, you tripping. It doesn't happen like that. Next day, you know. So on the way home from the mall, I called him, where are you? Oh, I'm right around the corner, Dad, be there in a couple minutes. You know, about a minute later, I heard 2 gunshots, really loud. So I knew it was outside from my house. I called his phone to see where he was, didn't answer it. Man, I knew he was shot. I remember asking God, please don't let him be dead, you know. I walked outside, looked down the street, and there he was, laying in the street dead. The legal alien was shot him in the stomach. One of the neighbors saw him walking down the street, and she said that the guy came from behind a parked car. Well, let me go back a second, too. They were in my neighborhood looking for money. The girl that they was driving was a girl driving the car. I never even knew him. She met him while he was in the jail. He gets out. She picks him up, him and one of his friends. They're looking for money. One of the guys said, well, I know a guy who owed me some money. That was my next-door neighbor. That's why they were on my street. As they were coming to my neighborhood, they saw my son walking down the street, and they told the girl to pull over. They want to kill him right there, you know, because he had on a Spider-Man backpack. You know, that's what they saw. And she said, no, I'm not going to do that. She kept going, parked right in front of my house. Now, they didn't know that's where he was coming. So he went to the neighbor's house, knocked on his door, and on the way back to his car, saw my son coming. He went, put a hood over his head, ran down the street. One of the neighbors said that he pulled the gun out and shot him in the stomach while he was laying on the ground, according to the coroner, with a .45 in his stomach. You can imagine. 17-year-old kid with a .45 blast in his stomach, that's bad. He was laying on his back, the coroner said, with his hands up, and the guy shot him through his hand into his head and killed him. It was vicious. I heard the gunshots, of course. I ran outside, and I couldn't believe it. Even today, I couldn't believe it. I remember telling him, man, I told you, people are crazy out there. I had just told him the day before. And, you know, our kids don't believe that, you know, and that's why we need Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump is going to make it safe again, you know. Donald Trump is going to make it safe for your kids. My son is dead. I can't fix that. I wish I could. But I have another son, 17 years old. He was 8 at the time. Now he's 17. I saw him the other day, man, you know you're older than your brother now, you know, and it's really sad. And Trump is the only person that reached out to me. Out of all the politicians, all the black politicians in L.A., nobody cares. It's all about illegal aliens. That's all they care about. They don't care about us as Americans. Trump wants to make America first, okay? We need that. Our kids, all of our kids deserve to grow up. This is our time to live on the earth. Why do we have to be under this oppression from illegal aliens, and they're getting the American dream, and we're getting the American nightmare? You know, it's not fair, and the only way we can fix it is with Donald Trump. I don't see no other way. If it was there, it would have happened. Before Trump, it was nothing going on. Now that he's here, they're scared, and we have to make sure it happens because it's going to protect all of us and make us safe, and we got to stand with Trump. And you have to trust him the way I do, because I believe that he was sent from God. Thank you.
He's amazing. He's amazing. His son, so many colleges wanted his son. As he was a good student and he was a great football player. And Jamil broke his hand hitting it on the concrete. He was so upset. And so, you know, you can imagine. He was just a very amazing guy and with an amazing family. He brought some of the members of his family over, his sister and his mother. And it's just, we gave him a ride in that plane. I said, have you ridden in one like that? He said, not yet. But I said, you can ride in it whenever you want. But he is a special man, believe me. We got to take care of our people. We got to take care of our people. So we're going to straighten things out. We're going to take trade back from China. We're going to make money now. Last year, we had a trade deficit of over $500 billion with China. And then we honor China, and we have nothing but problems. They don't do anything with us in North Korea. They have total control over North Korea. North Korea is, you know, we're talking about Iran. Iran, in all fairness, they'll have nukes. Don't worry about it. If I'm president, they won't have nukes. I promise you that. Doesn't matter what the agreement said. I may have to violate that agreement slightly. You don't mind, do you? They will have nukes, unless I'm there. But China, we have tremendous power over China, but we don't know that because we have people that have no business ability. All you have to do is look at the Iran deal, where we give them the $150 billion and all of those things. That's right, the art of the deal. The art of the deal. The man. It's my man over there. Good. I'll try signing that for you. Thank you. But we have to do something. We have to use our heads. So we have $500 billion a year in trade deficit. China. We have way over $75 billion with a B dollars a year trade deficit with Japan. With Mexico, the number is enormous. That's why these politicians, they get up the other day and they said, Mexico will never build the wall. Of course they will. They're making a fortune. The wall's peanuts compared to what they're making. But you have to know they have no business ability whatsoever. And I like them. They have no business ability whatsoever. And some, like Jeb Bush and others, they're not strong enough. They don't have the power. They don't have whatever it takes. They don't have it. And you know what? I don't want to be a nasty guy, but I don't care anymore. We have to get the right people in. I don't care. I don't care anymore. We can't have a continuation of this stupidity, of this incompetence. We can't do it where we have Carolyn Kennedy negotiating trade pacts with Japan. I want Carl Icahn. I want the killers of Wall Street to do it, and they all want to do it. They don't want anything. They want to do it. Their ego makes them want to do it. Some of them actually love the country. And you know what? Some of them are not nice people. Who cares? Who cares? So we're going to take back trade. We're going to take back jobs. You know, we have lost so much. If you look at what, hey, everybody beats us, but China has really done, and I've been talking about this for 10 years. We're going to take back trade. We're going to take back jobs. And you know what? China's going to like us better than before. And people say, what are we going to do? Because I get along with people, believe it or not. In fact, they say, you get along with Democrats. That's terrible. I said, I'm a world-class business guy. I have to get along with everybody. I get along with everybody. That's my job. But now I'm running against somebody that's really shouldn't even be allowed to run. She shouldn't be allowed to run. There's no reason that she's able. How is she able to run when Petraeus, his life was destroyed, and he did 5% what she did? How is she able to run? Don't worry, we'll be going into it. We'll be going into it. But we're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring trade. We're going to make trade. A friend of mine, I tell this story all the time. He's an excavator. He digs big, big foundations and structures. He digs, he's a tremendous excavator. And he buys a lot of equipment. And he always bought Caterpillar. By the way, look what's happened to that stock. And I was telling this story a year ago, so I predicted it. Just like I wrote about Osama bin Laden in my book, The America We Deserve. I wrote about Osama bin Laden in the year 2000 before the World Trade Center got knocked down. That's pretty good, right? But he's an excavator, and he sees me, and he's very disappointed. I said, what's wrong? He said, I just ordered a tremendous amount of equipment from Japan. It's named Komatsu. I said, how is it? He said, it's good. It's not as good as Caterpillar, but it's very good. But they cut the yen. They manipulated their currency. I couldn't do anything else. I owed it to myself and my family. I couldn't do anything else about it. And that's what's happening. And I see it. And look at Caterpillar stock. I saw this 2 years ago. Look what's happening to our companies are being decimated by currency manipulation. And we have politicians that don't even know what the words mean. We have a politician that won't even talk about radical Islamic terrorism. He will not issue the term. And how do you solve a problem if you don't want to even talk about it? And I've had friends of mine that are Muslims. I have great relationships with Muslims. I have partnerships with Muslims. And they called me up the other day. They said, not all of them, but they called me up, some very prominent, and they said, you have done a tremendous service, and all I'm doing is we have to figure out, folks, what the hell is going on. We have some really bad stuff happening. And they called me up and they said, Donald, you've done us a service. You really have done a great service. And I was surprised to hear him say it. But they know much more than we do that they have a problem. And we've got to solve the problem. But you can't solve the problem if you put yourself in a corner and don't want to discuss it. You can't do it. So we're going to solve a lot of problems. We're going to take that trade back. We're going to be tremendous. You know, Ford is building a tremendous plant in Mexico, right? We don't get anything. They're closing plants in Michigan. What are we doing? How does that benefit us? They're going to build in Mexico. Then Mexico's going to make cars, trucks, and parts, and they're going to send them into us. No tax, no nothing. We're like the stupid people. Not going to happen. Nabisco is moving a big factory from Chicago to Mexico. I'm never eating Oreos again. I'm telling you. I'm never eating them again. I'm not eating them again. That kind of stuff is not, we're just not going to let them compete. But damn it, if they're going to do that and we're going to close up jobs and factories, they're going to pay tax when they send that stuff back into the United States. They're going to pay tax because it's unfair. Tennessee was going to build this big plant from a foreign car company. It was all set. The deal was all done. All of a sudden they announced it's a great state, incredible people. I mean, I have rallies in Tennessee. You wouldn't believe it. All of a sudden, they announced it's going to Mexico. It's not going to Tennessee. We're not going to let that crap happen. We're not letting it happen, all right? We want jobs. We're not going to be the people that are led by stupid people, and we're embarrassed to almost... I had a person the other day. It's a terrible thing to say. The person was in Europe. They were embarrassed to say they're from the United States. Can you believe this? Can you believe it? You know, in the old days, my daughter was telling me this, Ivanka. Anybody hear of Ivanka? Yes. She's a great person. But she said, you know, Dad, in Europe, when she was in Europe as a little girl, she said a lot of things were made in the USA. They'd say, made in the USA, and that was quality. And I remember it, and some of you remember it. Made in the USA, and if it said made in Japan, that was cheap stuff, that was junk, right? Remember? If it had a made in Japan label, it was garbage. Now it's like, you don't see, I don't even know if we have signs that say made in the USA. I haven't seen this. Do they use that sign anymore? And she said in Czechoslovakia, which was communist, they would take a dollar bill and people would scotch tape it to the windshield of their car because they were so amazed and so proud of America. They just wanted any symbol, and they'd take dollar bills and scotch tape them because they had, I guess the word's not pride, they had respect for our country. We don't have that anymore. We're not respected by anybody anymore. That's why we have crowds like this. Look, everywhere I go, I have crowds like this, everywhere. Everywhere. We have the biggest crowds by far because there's a movement going on, folks. This isn't just like, let's go and have a good time. Somebody said, oh, Trump's a great entertainer. That's a lot of bullshit. I'll tell you. We have a message. We have a message, and the message is we don't want to let other people take advantage of us. I was saying, we have rebuilt China. We've rebuilt it. You go over to China now, they have bridges like the George Washington Bridge all over the place. That's like a small bridge. All over the place. We've rebuilt it with the money they've sucked out of here. Think of it. Think of it. They take our jobs. They take our manufacturing. They take our money. They take our base. And we right now owe China $1.5 trillion. Can you believe it? It's like a magic act in reverse. It's not happening with me. I have endorsements from incredible people, the people that I want. You know, I don't care if a guy like Jeb Bush never endorses me. It wouldn't bother me at all. I think it's a negative if you want. But I have guys like Carl Icahn who's a great business guy. I mean, those are the endorsements we need. And those guys have to go and put their genius to work and show us how great they are. Nobody can beat our business people. We have the greatest in the world, but we don't use them. We use political hacks. We use donors. We use special interests that make deals in order that their companies and their countries are taken care of. That's what we do. So, you know, I'm self-funding, okay? I'm self-funding. I'm putting up my own money. I mean, when I fly in that plane, believe me, it's expensive. I pay for it, okay? But you know what? I'll tell you what. A lot of people, and I didn't think it was that big of a deal, and I had people that said, you have no idea how important it is. I get so many applause. I have turned down tens of millions of dollars, people wanting to put money into this campaign, into PACs. I've turned it down. I actually feel a little foolish. My whole life I've been taking money, give me more money. And I turn it down. And when I go to Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina and tell them, like, I'm self-funded, the people go crazy. It's a big deal to them. You know, I had an interesting case in Iowa about 4 weeks ago. I had a big crowd. I said, let me tell you, I feel very guilty turning down all this money. Supposing I took it, and I swear to you, I will not be guided by the people that gave it. They all stood up and started booing me. They didn't want it. And they're right. They're right. So, amazing things are happening. We had 35,000 people in Mobile, Alabama. We had 20,000 people in the Dallas Mavericks arena. It was an unbelievable, and we had like 4 days to fill it up. We had 20,000 people in Oklahoma. In Iowa, we have the biggest crowds by many times. And I couldn't say it with all those sleazebags up there. I couldn't say it. Honestly, I couldn't say it. Because they say, oh, it's not true, it's not true. You know, you'd have headlines, it's not true. But I have the most incredible crowds. I go to Iowa, I go to New Hampshire, I go to South Carolina. Unbelievable. It's the same thing. It's this way no matter where we go. And I call it we because it's we. We're all together. It's not me. It's we. It's we. So when I started this journey, as I said last night, it's a journey. It took a lot of guts. I mean, it takes guts to run for president, that I can tell you. But when I started this journey in June, I was really focused on trade and China and Japan and Vietnam. That's another one now. They're doing a number on us. They're taking a lot of jobs, a lot of business. I know more. They're all doing numbers. Everybody's doing a number. We're like the big bully dummy that doesn't know what the hell they're doing. But when I started, it was all about trade, and it was about the border. And because I'm so strong on the border, nobody can be stronger than me on the border. I tell you what, you know, do you ever notice how these guys are all pivoting? They're all weak. They were a member of the Gang of Eight. You know the Gang of Eight? Come on in, folks. Do whatever the hell you want. You'll be a citizen. Don't worry about it, right? Now they're all, and they were all saying, oh, what terrible language with Trump, and what a terrible. Now they're all coming. They're trying to be more and more. They can never get more so than me because, number one, I know how to do it. Number two, Mexico's paying for it. I know how to get them to pay for it. These guys, every one of them said, you'll never get Mexico to pay. For me, it's easy. It's like that CNBC debate where they said, no, we're going to make it 3 hours instead of 2. I said, no, you're not. Everybody said, you'll never be able to negotiate with them. I said, yes, I will. Who wants to sit and watch a 3-hour debate? 2 hours is bad enough. I could debate for 25 hours, but who the hell wants to watch for 3 hours? So they said, you'll never be able to get out of it. I said, yes, I will. I called the head of CNBC. Took me 3 minutes, and we had a 2-hour debate. It's true. It's true. So here it is, folks, in a nutshell. The trade stuff is easy. And I focused on it so much until Paris. To be honest, Paris, not this country, but same thing, Paris. And by the way, if some of those people that were slaughtered in Paris, with 130 dead and many more going to die, they're decimated. They're in very sad shape. As we have in California, more going to die, they're in very bad shape. We have 14 dead, more going to die. If some of those people in Paris, probably the #1 place anywhere in the world for gun control, Paris and France, you can't have a gun. Unless you're a bad guy, you can walk in with whatever you want. If some of those people had a gun tied to their ankle, or a gun tied right up here to their waist, or a gun right over here, they would have had a hell of a fighting chance, and I guarantee you the result would have been a hell of a lot better. Would have been a hell of a lot better. I mean, it's incredible. You know, you talk to some people, especially me, I come from liberal New York City, everything's Democrat inside, and they say, oh, gun control. But I said, supposing, and I'm talking with very smart people, very successful people, but they're, you know, for gun control. And I'm the exact opposite. I think they're so great. So you debate them, and you just bring up those examples. And they know they can't win the debate, but you don't change their mind. You don't change their mind. Second Amendment has to be preserved and strengthened, but it has to be preserved. We cannot let them take that away from us. And believe me, there's a movement to take it away, and now their new movement is bullets. They want to take bullets away. If I become president, believe me, you can relax. Nothing's going to be happening, okay? Nothing's going to be happening. Just quickly, Common Core, we have to bring our education back locally. We'll save a fortune. We want the parents like you and you and you. I see it. I see it in your eyes. We want the local people to take care of their kids' education as opposed to bureaucrats in Washington. When I see guys like Bush and others that are for Common Core, it's just a way of taking care of your friends. What that is bureaucratic nightmares. They have people couldn't care less about your children. I mean, maybe some of them do, but a lot of them really just care about how much money they're going to make a month or a week. And we're bringing education back locally. I told you before, we're number 28 and we spend more per pupil by far. Number second isn't even close. So obviously it's not working. So we have a lousy educational system. We're going to change it. We're going to bring it local, and it's going to be great. And it's going to take place like immediately. It'll go quickly. It'll go quickly. So it's so important. So just in finishing this, we're bringing back our jobs. I can do that so easy. It's changed a little bit since Paris and since California, where a lot of the polls that came out, they say Trump is number one on security. Trump is number one on terrorism. And you know what? By far, it's like you see the numbers. I get these massive numbers on terrorism. Like everybody wants Trump for the protection because they know I know what the hell I'm doing. And it's not political, and it's not politically correct, but it's really correct. It's going to save everybody's life. I had a thing last night. I talked about the internet. So ISIS is using our internet much better than our people, right? Even though we invented the internet, ISIS is using it. So last night, I said, I want to infiltrate the internet, but people said, oh, that's freedom of speech. You can't do that. This one, that one. We need security. I said, wait a minute. This is ISIS. They want to kill you. Well, we don't know about. Where are these people coming from? Where do they come from? They are using the internet so brilliantly. The good news is we have people in Silicon Valley that are far better than they are. We have to get them involved. We have to get them engaged. Whether we knock the hell out of their internet system in the ISIS territories, which, by the way, are getting larger by the day. How long have I been saying bomb the hell out of their oil, right? Right? 3 years. And I said, when we leave, take the oil. I don't want to just bomb it. I want to take it. And I wanted to give it to our wounded warriors and our vets and the families of people that were killed. So we're going to make our military so strong and so powerful that nobody's going to mess with us, and we'll never have to use it. It's going to be cheap. We'll never have to use it. Don't forget, I was against the war in Iraq, and you see that. They go back to 2003 because I said you're going to totally destabilize the Middle East. I was against it. We're going to make our military so strong. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to take care of them. They're treated horribly, and it's never been worse. Hillary, 3 weeks ago, said, actually, the vets are treated very well. Then she had to recant her statement. No, but is that true? 3 weeks ago. We are going to take care of our great veterans better than ever, and we put in a plan, and everybody loves it. We're taking care of our vets. We're getting rid of Obamacare. We're going to come up with something that's great. And I will tell you, I just hope you go out and vote because, you know, we have a little structural problem where the Republicans have a disadvantage at an election. So unless it's going to be a movement type of event like I think is happening, where we can actually run the table on them. But unless it's going to be something like I see happening, I mean, look at you in the middle of a day. You don't want to be, you're sitting in a hangar with thousands and thousands of people. Something is going on, and it's beautiful to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make America great again, better than ever before. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, folks, that was our most played video of the week. Just wanted to show that to you just in case maybe you weren't able to check it out on Wednesday. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Really happy that you guys are here in the chat, voicing your opinion. Now, we are going to go from the Trump rally to earlier today, Congress spending bill. Take a look. You can see them voting here. I'm just fast forwarding to the spot where they will be talking.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of turn.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a busy month for all of us. We've passed more major legislation in a few weeks than we have in a few years. And now I want to thank all of the people who made it possible. I am talking about all of the committee staff and all of the people behind the scenes here in the Capitol who make this work. Thank you very, very much. In particular, Mr. Speaker, this includes, of course, our Legislative Council. I don't think you could find a group of people more dedicated to their jobs. These people work late nights every night. They work weekends. They're always on call. And so I want to put into a record a statement thanking every one of them by name. They were part of history, and history should know their names. I also want to thank one person in particular, and that is Jo Marie St. Martin. Today is Jo Marie's last day on the Hill. She's been working for this House for over 20 years, most recently as General Counsel and Chief Legislative of Operations for the Speaker. I could not even begin to list everything that she has accomplished. We all know her so well. She is a legend in her own right. But as her colleagues will tell you, what's even more impressive than her career is her character. She's simply unflappable. When everyone else is on edge, she is calm. When they are flustered, and believe it or not, some people get flustered around here from time to time, she is steady. And though other people might like to show off their brains and their know-how, she is the definition of kindness, of humility. I've never heard her dismiss a question, no matter how small. She's always eager to help people understand. Her enthusiasm is nothing short of infectious. You can see it when she walks in a room. She has an effect on people. Everyone feels more at ease. The word that comes to mind is zen, except, of course, when she's at a Caps game. She knows the law backwards and forwards because she loves the law. She cares about the law. She cares about this House. For over 20 years, she has done her part to uphold its rights, to make sure that every voice is heard. And everyone here owes her a debt of gratitude. If I could use an old-fashioned word, I would say she is a true patriot. We salute her, so please join me one last time in thanking our friend Jo Marie St. Martin. Yield to him, right? At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the distinguished minority whip.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise on behalf of those who have been flustered by Jo Marie. Jo Marie, as all of you know, has been with this institution for over 2 decades. She started as intern in the Rules Committee, unfortunately, because she got to know the rules very, very well. And as majority leader for 4 years, as Jo Marie ran the opposition, the constructive opposition, I will say, the friendly opposition, but nevertheless the opposition. Her intellect, her judgment, her tenacity, her focus was always a challenge. But it's always been good for this institution because she made sure that the minority was heard. Unfortunately for us, she's also made sure that the majority was loudly heard when you guys over there were in the majority. Jo Marie, as some of you know, is a mathematician by training. She's also a lawyer. She's also a scholar. She's also somebody who cares deeply about this institution. Jo Marie is my friend. Now, that does not mean that Jo Marie and I always had an even-keel relationship. Sometimes, as I said, she flustered me and us by her skill and by her devotion and loyalty to the Republican Party. But more than that, as the Speaker has said, she had a loyalty to this institution and to our country. Jo Marie, you have been an extraordinary representative, not only of your party, but of this House. You have been an extraordinary friend of mine and so many. I know Alexis Covey-Brandt, my chief of staff, and you worked together a lot. Sometimes you agreed, and sometimes you didn't. 2 brilliant women who cared, however, about this institution and making it work for the people. We call this the People's House. Jo Marie, you have been one who has always kept that uppermost in your mind. We on this side of the aisle share a great respect and affection for you, and we wish you the very best. As a young woman, you still have a lot of contributions to make, and we know you will make them. And we have mixed emotions about your leaving. To some degree, frankly, we think we're advantaged by your leaving. But as an individual and as someone who is your dear, dear friend, I will lament your not being on the floor and ever present for your advice and counsel. Always honest, sometimes in opposition, but always positive. Thank you for all you've done. God bless you.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair will receive a message. Mr.
Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 2576, cited as the TSCA Modernization Act of 2015, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
All right, folks, we're going to take you from this event to earlier today, John Kerry speaking at the UN.
Who joined together to help fashion this resolution and who spent time this morning working with our colleagues in order to bring us here this afternoon, plus our non-P4 member, Germany, for whom we are very grateful for their participation also. I want to thank all the members of the Council for coming together at this late hour, and I thank you in particular, Secretary General Ban and Special Envoy de Mistura, for your leadership and your commitment. I also want to thank Foreign Minister Lavrov for his collaboration and his efforts over the course of both Vienna conferences to produce the two Vienna communiques that are integrated into this resolution here today. By approving Resolution 2254 today, this Council is sending a clear message to all concerned that the time is now to stop the killing in Syria and lay the groundwork for a government that the long-suffering people of that battered land can support. After 4.5 years of war, this is the first time we have been able to come together at the United Nations in the Security Council to embrace a road forward. During that time, 1 Syrian in 20 has been killed or wounded. 1 in 5 is a refugee. 1 in 2 has been displaced. The average life expectancy in Syria has dropped by 20 years. We need to reverse the course, and that is the Council's goal here this afternoon, to put an end to the indiscriminate bombing, the acts of terror, the torture, and the bloodshed. And our shared task is to find a way to make that happen. In support of this objective, President Obama has set for my country 3 interrelated goals. The first is to support our friends and to ensure that the instability created by the civil war in Syria does not spread further beyond its borders. And that is why we're providing a record amount of humanitarian assistance. And it's why we're doing more to help Syria's neighbors, to strengthen their capacity, to safeguard their territory, and to defend against external threats. Second, we are determined with our coalitional partners to degrade and defeat the terrorist organization known as Daesh. In the past half year, the coalition and its partners have worked with Iraqi forces in liberating Tikrit, freeing Sinjar, removing terrorist commanders from the battlefield, cutting off terrorist supply lines, hitting their oil facilities, and depriving Daesh of more and more of the territory that it once controlled. Now we are intensifying the pressure, helping our Iraqi partners retake most of Ramadi to squeeze supply routes into Mosul, and we are pushing ahead into northern Syria, assisting our partners along the Iraqi-Syrian border and on the recruiting and propaganda efforts. Further, as evidenced by the finance ministerial that was held right here in this very chamber yesterday, we are multiplying our efforts to cut Daesh off from the revenue sources that support its depravity, its criminality. But the truth is that nothing would do more to bolster the fight against the terrorists than a broadly supported diplomatic process that gives the Syrian people a real choice, not a choice between Assad or Daesh, but between war and peace, between the violent extremes and a newly empowered political center. That is why we have joined with so many of you in support of an urgent diplomatic initiative. Again and again, countries, not just around this dais today, but countless meetings in various parts of the world have reaffirmed the notion that there has to be a political settlement. Well, this is the test. This is why we've joined here in a broader, more action-oriented effort than ever before attempted regarding Syria to isolate the terrorists and to put Syria on the road to a political transition envisioned by the Geneva Communique, now embraced by the international community in a United Nations Security Council resolution. As the Council's action today reflects, we have made important progress in recent weeks, and progress that should give us all fresh grounds for encouragement. Last month in Vienna, the United States and other members of the International Syria Support Group agreed on a series of steps to stop the bleeding in Syria, to advance a political transition, to isolate the terrorists, and to help the Syrian people to be able to begin to rebuild their country. Last week in Riyadh, with the support of His Majesty King Salman and his government, a broad cross-section of Syrian opposition representatives came together to form a high committee for negotiation. Under the resolution approved today, the purpose of those negotiations between the responsible opposition and the government is to facilitate a transition within Syria to a credible, inclusive, non-sectarian governance within 6 months. The process would lead to the drafting of a new constitution and arrangements for internationally supervised election within 18 months. I might add, Geneva never had those dates. It is the Vienna process and the Vienna communique that has produced a 6-month and 18-month time horizon. And it is the Vienna process that also has embraced the ceasefire concept as well as embraced a set of principles and values about the shape that a new Syria might be able to take as directed by Syrians for Syrians. It's our hope that a nationwide ceasefire can go into effect excluding only Daesh and al-Nusra and any other group that we might decide at some time to designate. So I would close by saying we're under no illusions about the obstacles that exist. There obviously remain sharp differences within the international community, especially about the future of President Assad. We have emphasized from the beginning that for this to work, the process has to be led and shaped and decided and implemented by the men and women of Syria. It cannot be imposed from the outside, and we are not seeking to do so. But we've also seen in recent weeks in Vienna, in Paris, and in other capitals, and then today here in New York, an unprecedented degree of unity on the need to negotiate this political transition, to defeat Daesh, and then indeed to end the war. The resolution that we just approved is a milestone because it sets out specific concepts with specific timeframes. Accordingly, we need to work hard together to help these political talks to go forward, to prepare for a ceasefire, and to encourage all the parties in Syria to participate in good faith. In closing, let me just underscore the urgency of our task. Like many of you, I've met with refugees in and out of refugee camps. I've met with survivors, as you have, met with caregivers, as you have, met with many of the people who've been on the front lines of this conflict. I've talked to women who've struggled to hold their families together despite constant danger, bitter cold, shortages of food, and great danger. I've heard the blood-chilling stories of doctors and relief workers who've been dealing with humanitarian trauma on a daily basis, month after month, year after year, now into the 5th year. I am aware, as everybody in this chamber is, of the atrocities that have been committed and are being committed, even as we sit here this afternoon, and being committed too often against innocent civilians. Looking ahead, we know that Daesh can never be allowed to gain control in Syria. So we have a global imperative here to deal with a terrorist entity, but also to end the civil war and to bring legitimacy back to the governance of Syria. President Assad, in our judgment, and not everybody shares this, but the majority of the people in the ISSG believe that President Assad has lost the ability, the credibility, to be able to unite the country and to provide the moral credibility to be able to govern it into the future. So I just say, not as a matter of ideology, not as a matter of choice, but purely as a matter of reality, as a matter of fact, given the situation on the ground, that if the war is to end, it is imperative that the Syrian people agree on an alternative in terms of their governance. That logic is compelling, and it provides a unifying principle for most people in our efforts going forward. We have a lot of distance to travel. Some would say miles to go. But the truth is that in the past 2 months, we have started from a standstill, from a non-existent process, to have 3 separate meetings of the ISSG and now a United Nations Security Council embrace of a process. We have agreed on a plan of action, and the Council's vote today is an important boost on the road to a political settlement. It is a particularly important step because it reaffirms this body's endorsement of the Geneva Communique about the transitional governing body with full executive authority. And it also endorses the progress and the statements that we made in Vienna to set a timeline for transition, a timeline for election, and standards for that election, the highest standards under the supervision of the United Nations for a free, fair, transparent, and accountable election. It also brings fundamental values and principles that can guide the shaping of Syria by Syrians for Syrians. So let us proceed with confidence from here and the determination to end this war, eliminate the terrorist threat, and enable the people of Syria to return safely to their homes. I now resume my function as President of the Council, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Уважаемые коллеги, прежде всего хотел бы поблагодарить Джона Керри за его инициативу провести здесь, в Нью-Йорке, 3-е заседание Международной группы поддержки Сирии, которое позволило нам собраться в этом зале. Заседание Международной группы поддержки Сирии подтвердило приверженность всех его участников начатому в Вене процесс.
to the Vienna process.
Только что принятая резолюция одобрила документы международной группы от 30 октября и 14 ноября 2015 года о путях реализации Женевского коммюнике от 30 июня 2012 года. Тем самым четко зафиксировано, во-первых, что все эти три документа составляют единую платформу для разрешения кровопролитного сирийского кризиса, и, во-вторых, что венский формат единственный, который объединяет всех влиятельных внешних игроков и благодаря этому способен обеспечить внешние условия для устойчивого и справедливого урегулирования через переговоры между правительством Сирийской Арабской Республики и всем спектром оппозиции. Резолюция придает международно-правовой вес коллективной работе по подготовке таких переговоров под эгидой специального посланника генерального секретаря ООН по Сирии Стаффана де Мистуры. В ней подчеркивается, что только ведомый самими сирийцами инклюзивный диалог может положить конец тяжелейшим страданиям, выпавшим на долю сирийского народа. При этом подтверждены фундаментальные принципы политического решения. Сирия должна оставаться единым, светским, многоконфессиональным и полиэтническим государством, комфортным и безопасным для всех групп населения. И только сам сирийский народ вправе определять свое будущее. Это ясный ответ на попытки навязать сирийцам извне решение каких-либо вопросов, включая вопрос о судьбе их президента. Именно такой подход закреплен и в Женевском коммюнике, и в документах Международной группы поддержки Сирии, и в сегодняшней резолюции. При этом мы все едины в том, что террористам разных мастей нет места за столом переговоров, как и тем, кто допускает военное решение конфликта. Сегодняшнее единодушное голосование в Совете должно открыть путь к формированию широкого антитеррористического фронта на базе Устава ООН с опорой на всех, кто на земле противостоит террору, включая армию Сирии, курдские ополчения, вооруженные отряды сирийской патриотической оппозиции. Вкладом в решение этой задачи стали действия воздушно-космических сил России в ответ на обращение законного правительства Сирийской Арабской Республики. Важную роль должна сыграть и принятая вчера по предложению России и Соединенных Штатов резолюция Совета Безопасности, нацеленная на ужесточение контроля за финансированием ИГИЛ и прочих террористов, за пресечение каналов их подпитки, прежде всего за счет нелегальной торговли нефтью. Борьба с терроризмом должна носить последовательность, не конъюнктурный характер, будь то в Сирии или где бы то ни было еще. Неприемлемы попытки делить террористов на хороших и плохих. В резолюции подчеркивается необходимость оказания гуманитарного содействия сирийскому народу. Оно должно предоставляться в строгом соответствии с руководящими принципами ООН, закрепленными в резолюциях Генеральной Ассамблеи и в решениях Совета Безопасности, включая принцип согласия правительства принимающей страны. Важно, что сегодня Совет Безопасности вновь подтвердил необходимость уважения суверенитета Сирийской Арабской Республики. Одобренная резолюция закрепляет за Советом Безопасности контроль над реализацией достигнутых в Вене договоренностей при содействии со стороны Международной группы поддержки Сирии. Генеральному секретарю и его специальному посланнику Стаффану де Мистуре отводится ведущая роль в организации и сопровождении переговорного процесса с учетом итогов встреч сирийской оппозиции, в том числе состоявшихся в Москве, Каире и Ар-Рияде, а также Дамаске, Хасике и в других местах. Мы рассчитываем на сбалансированные рекомендации Секретариата Совета Безопасности о необходимых шагах на всех согласованных в Вене направлениях. Уверены, что наши коллеги в команде Стаффана де Мистуры подойдут к этим поручениям со всей ответственностью, беспристрастно, не поддаваясь на возможные попытки оказать на них давление в ту или иную сторону и руководствуясь исключительно задачей содействия нахождению обоюдного согласия между правительством и оппозицией, как того и требует принятая сегодня резолюция. По мере готовности этих рекомендаций мы будем готовы в качестве сопредседателей Международной группы поддержки Сирии совместно с Соединенными Штатами, Организацией Объединенных Наций созвать ее очередную встречу для определения на консенсусной основе дальнейших шагов в поддержку сирийского урегулирования. Призываем всех коллег в ходе предстоящей работы не увлекаться идеологизированной риторикой, избегать разжигания губительной межконфессиональной розни, работать прагматично, исходя из первостепенной необходимости обуздать террор и насилие, перевести конфликт в русло политического урегулирования. Такой подход не имеет альтернативы, если мы действительно ставим превыше всего не геополитические амбиции, а интересы сирийского народа и сирийского государства.
Thank you very much, Minister Lavrov. Again, thank you for your leadership regarding this. I now have the honor of recognizing His Excellency Mr. Nasser Judah, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Jordan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate.
معالي الرئيس.
Mr. Chairman.
أرغب بداية أن أتقدم بالشكر لوزير خارجية الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الذي ترأس بلاده هذا المجلس لهذا الشهر، وأن أتقدم بالشكر له أيضا على عقد هذا الاجتماع الوزاري الهام الذي يأتي استكمالا للعمل الدولي المشترك والجاد والهادف إلى إنهاء الأزمة السورية ووقف معاناة الشعب السوري الشقيق. معالي الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة أعضاء مجلس الأمن، معالي الأمين العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة، يشكل اجتماعنا اليوم محطة رئيسة في الاستجابة الدولية للأوضاع في سوريا، فلقد حرصت الأطراف الإقليمية والدولية خلال الشهور الماضية على تكثيف جهودها الدبلوماسية للتوصل إلى تفاهم مشترك حول سبل تحقيق الحل السياسي للأزمة المأساوية في سوريا والمستعرة منذ نحو 5 سنوات، والتي ألقت بتبعاتها الخطيرة على المنطقة والعالم بأسره، سيما فيما يتعلق بشقيها الإنساني وخصوصا ذلك المتعلق بالنزوح الداخلي واللجوء الخارجي للملايين من السوريين، والبعد الأمني الناجم عن تمدد عصابة داعش الإرهابية وكيانات وأشخاص مرتبطين بها وجبهة النصرة وغيرها من العصابات الإرهابية والمتطرفة. ولقد أفضت الجهود الدولية المقدرة إلى إنشاء مجموعة الدعم الدولية حول سوريا، وهنا أود أن أتقدم بالشكر لوزير الخارجية الأمريكي جون كيري ووزير خارجية روسيا الاتحادية سيرجي لافروف على جهودهما في تحقيق هذا المسار الذي من شأنه بإذن الله تعالى أن يحقق ويطبق الحل السياسي الذي نصبو إليه في سوريا. وأتقدم بالشكر أيضا إلى المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد ستيفان دي مستورة على جهوده السابقة واللاحقة، ونؤكد على ضرورة استمرار عمل هذه اللجنة لضمان انتقال سياسي في سوريا استنادا لوثيقة جنيف 1 والبيانات الصادرة عن مجموعتنا في اجتماعاتها الثلاثة التي عقدت في فيينا ثم في نيويورك اليوم، وإلى مضامين القرار الذي تبناه المجلس اليوم والذي يعتبر قرارا تاريخيا يمهد الطريق لتطبيق هذا الحل السياسي الذي نأمل أن ينهي الأزمة السياسية والأزمة التي تعيشها سوريا وشعبها العربي. ويتعين علي في هذا المقام أن أعبر عن تقديرنا لجهود المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة واستضافتها لمؤتمر المعارضة السورية في الرياض مؤخرا توطئة لإطلاق المفاوضات السياسية التي نأمل أن تفضي إلى إنجاز هذا الحل السياسي، وعن تقديرنا لكل الدول التي عملت بدأب في هذا المجال أيضا. وأن أشير أيضا إلى أننا في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية قد قمنا بدورنا الذي طلب منا ووافقنا على القيام به من خلال الشروع بعملية تنسيقية بين الدول الأعضاء في مجموعة الدعم الدولية حول سوريا بهدف الوصول إلى فهم مشترك حول المجموعات والأفراد التي قد تصنف بالإرهابية، حيث تم تقديم إيجاز اليوم لدول مجموعة الدعم الدولية حول هذا العمل التنسيقي الذي طلب منا، وتم الشرح فيما يخص إجماع الدول حول بعض المنظمات الإرهابية وتحديد المجموعات التي لا يوجد توافق حولها بهدف الحوار والتشاور حول تصنيفها في المستقبل. وأعتقد بأن مجموعة العمل ستقرر هي بمجملها آلية الخطوات القادمة في هذا المجال. لقد قلنا في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية ومنذ بداية الأزمة في سوريا بأن الحل الوحيد لهذه الأزمة هو الحل السياسي الشامل، وكان موقفنا بقيادة جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني بن حسين المعظم ثابتا وواضحا في التشديد على وجوب العمل على إنجاز هذا الحل السياسي الشامل دون إبطاء، وما زال هذا هو موقفنا وهذه هي قناعتنا، ولا نرى سبيلا لاستعادة الأوضاع الطبيعية في سوريا ولترميم نسيج سوريا المجتمعي وصون وحدة سوريا الترابية واستقلالها السياسي إلا من خلال هذا الحل السياسي، ولا نرى فاعلية ممكنة في مواجهة ودحر الإرهاب والتطرف وعصابات داعش وما شابهها واستئصالها من سوريا وغير سوريا متحققة إلا عبر بوابة هذا الحل السياسي الشامل الذي يلتقي عليه كل السوريين والذين يجب أن نساندهم ونساعدهم على إنجازه وتحقيقه إنقاذا لسوريا واستعادة للأمن والسلم الإقليمي والدولي. إن تبني مجلس الأمن للقرار اليوم سيعطي الزخم المطلوب لتحقيق الحل السياسي للأزمة في سوريا الذي يرتكز على مفاهيم وعلى وثيقة جنيف واحد كإطار سياسي شامل، والبيانات الصادرة عن مجموعة دعم سوريا، والبدء الفعلي في مسار مستدام وواضح للحل السياسي يتبناه القرار، ويحدد سقوفا زمنية لمحطاته المختلفة وآليات تحقق من أداء الاستحقاقات ووسائل مراجعة، ويؤسس لوقف شامل لإطلاق النار يستثني فقط الإرهاب وعصابة داعش والنصرة ومثيلاتها من عصابات الإرهاب، ويؤدي إلى تركيز وتنسيق الجهد الدولي لمحاربة داعش وعصابات الإرهاب الأخرى ودحرها في سوريا وفي العالم. وموقفنا في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية من الإرهاب ومن الفكر المتطرف واضح وثابت وجلي، فنحن في طليعة هذا الجهد الدولي لمحاربة ودحر هذا الإرهاب وهذا الفكر المتطرف، هذا الإرهاب الذي يشوه صورة ديننا الحنيف الإسلام العظيم ورسالته السمحة الوسطية ورسالته المعتدلة، وكل من يحاول أن يرتكب الجرائم باسم هذا الدين العظيم هو من هذا الدين براء. ويتعين على جميع الأطراف السورية أن ترقى إلى مستوى تضحيات وتطلعات الشعب السوري المشروع، وأن تعمل لإنجاز الحل السياسي الشامل الذي من شأن تحقيقه أن يعيد الأمن والاستقرار والوئام إلى سوريا، وأن يفضي إلى اجتثاث الإرهاب منها وتداعياته حول العالم، ويؤسس إلى إعادة إعمار سوريا الآمنة والمطمئنة والتعددية، ويسمح بالعودة الطوعية للاجئين والنازحين السوريين إلى بلادهم ومناطقهم. ويتعين على المجتمع الدولي عموما وعلى هذا المجلس بوجه خاص أن لا يسمح بإعاقة الحل السياسي الشامل هذا أو بإفشاله لا قدر الله، وأن يتخذ التدابير الفعالة الكفيلة بمنع تعطيل أو تأخير إنجازه، لأن العواقب المترتبة على الفشل أو الإعاقة الكبيرة خطيرة للغاية. ورأينا كلنا رؤى العين دلائل قاطعة على المخاطر التي ترتبت على غياب الأفق والحل السياسي. معالي الرئيس، يجب أن يحفز الزخم المحرز اليوم المجتمع الدولي على مضاعفة جهوده في التعامل مع أزمة اللجوء السوري. أكبر وأقصى الكوارث الإنسانية في عالمنا المعاصر، وعلى مساعدة دول الجوار السوري المضيفة للاجئين، وأخص بالذكر بلدي الأردن في مواجهة التداعيات الخطيرة لهذه الأزمة. فقد بلغ عدد المواطنين السوريين في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية وحدها نحو 1,400,000 مواطن منتشرين في مختلف مناطق المملكة، علما بأن 9% فقط من اللاجئين السوريين يعيشون في المخيمات. ولقد أصبح الأردن المحدود بموارده ثاني أكبر مستضيف للاجئين في العالم، وثاني أكبر مستضيف للاجئين السوريين مقارنة بعدد السكان. ولقد زاد ذلك كما تعلمون جميعا من الضغط على القطاعات الرئيسية كالصحة والتعليم والأمن والطاقة والنقل وسوق العمل، واستنزف مكونات البنى التحتية، مما يكبد خزينة العامة في الأردن تكاليف ضخمة في وقت يواجه فيه بلدي أصلا تحديات اقتصادية كبيرة نتيجة للأوضاع الإقليمية المضطربة. معالي الرئيس، لقد فتح الأردن وشعبه الطيب الأصيل بيوتهم للاجئين من مختلف أنحاء المنطقة، وخاصة الإخوة والأخوات السوريين، وتقاسمنا معهم مواردنا المحدودة أصلا، وبشرنا بالنيابة عن الإنسانية جمعاء واجبنا في استضافتهم ورعايتهم. وسوف نستمر في هذا النهج المضياف الذي نفتخر به، والذي يرتكز إلى مبادئنا، والذي كرسته قيادتنا الهاشمية، إلا أنه يتعين على العالم بأسره أن يتحمل معنا هذا العبء، وخاصة أننا نقوم بهذا الواجب الإنساني نيابة عن الإنسانية، وأن يساعدنا في تحمل هذا العبء والعمل معنا وفق خطة الاستجابة التي أعدتها الحكومة الأردنية لضمان مستقبل معقول للأفراد الذين تأثرت حياتهم بهذه الأزمة الرهيبة، سواء داخل مجتمع اللاجئين أو المجتمعات المضيفة. ونتطلع في هذا الصدد لانعقاد مؤتمر لندن في مطلع العام المقبل، وندعو الدول للمشاركة فيه بفعالية وقناعة وحس مبادرة. معالي الرئيس، أننا اليوم أمام فرصة حقيقية يجب أن لا تضيع للسير باتجاه واثق الخطى نحو إنجاز الحل السياسي الذي يرضى عنه كل السوريين، ويؤدي إلى إعادة الاستقرار والأمن إلى سوريا، ويحقق طموحات أهلها بالانتقال إلى واقع جديد يصوغونه هم جميعا، ويكثر وحدة بلادهم ويصون سيادتها، ويمكننا من دحر الإرهاب والتطرف بالشراكة الفاعلة والمنسقة معه. وأناشد من على هذا المنبر كل السوريين والعالم بأسره أن ننتهز هذه الفرصة الحقيقية قبل أن يدركنا الوقت. معالي الرئيس، قد تكون مداخلتي أمام هذا المجلس الموقر هي الأخيرة لي خلال عضوية الأردن الحالية في مجلس الأمن، حيث تنتهي مدة عضويتنا هذه غير الدائمة بعد أيام معدودة. وأنتهز هذه المناسبة لأعبر لأعضاء المجلس جميعا عن الشكر والتقدير والعرفان على التعاون الذي لقيناه منهم خلال مدة عضويتنا غير التي بدأت بداية عام 2014. وأعبر عن التقدير للدول الأعضاء في منظمة الأمم المتحدة على الثقة التي أولوها للأردن بقيادة جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني بانتخابنا لهذه العضوية غير الدائمة في المجلس. الأردن المؤمن بميثاق الأمم المتحدة والملتزم بمبادئ هذه المنظمة، وكلنا فخر بما حققناه من إنجازات نوعية ومبادرات عبر كافة القطاعات، وخاصة قطاع الشباب. وأشير إلى المبادرات العديدة فيما يتعلق بسوريا والوضع الإنساني فيها،
Syria and the
وإلى
humanitarian
القضية
situation in
الفلسطينية
Syria,
وغيرها
the
من القضايا
Palestinian question,
الحساسة
and
التي
other
عملنا مع أعضاء هذا المجلس
important
الموقر
issues which we
على
work with the
إنجازها
members of
من
this
خلال عمل
council in
المجلس.
order to realize and to
وهذه
achieve
الإنجازات
and solve
النوعية
during
في
our
هذا
membership.
الجهاز الهام
These
والحيوي
achievements
تم
in this
بالتنسيق
important
والتعاون
organ
والشراكة
have
مع
all
كافة
been
الأعضاء
realized through
حفظا للأمن
cooperation
والسلم الدوليين
with the
وخدمة
membership
للإنسانية
in maintenance
جمعاء.
of the
شكرا
international
معالي
peace
الرئيس.
and security. Sir, we thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister Judah, and on behalf of everybody, I say thank you to you and the Hashemite Kingdom for your service, the peacekeeping you do, as well as the extraordinary work with refugees. We're all very grateful. It's my privilege now to give the floor to His Excellency, Monsieur Laurent Fabius, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Development for France.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, chers collègues, en Syrie et pour la Syrie, il y a extrême urgence. Depuis 5 années, plus de 250 000 morts, 4 millions de réfugiés, 13 millions et demi de déplacés, et le terrorisme de Daesh jusqu'au cœur des villes. Il y a extrême urgence à résoudre cette crise qui constitue bien au-delà de la Syrie une menace pour la paix et la sécurité internationale. Dans ce contexte, le texte que nous venons d'adopter à l'unanimité est une lueur d'espoir et ce que j'appellerais une résolution feuille de route. Nous savons tous, puisque nous en faisons partie, qu'un processus politique encore fragile a été initié à Vienne sur le fondement du communiqué de Genève, dont les principes continuent de s'imposer à nous. Ce processus réunit de façon inédite, et c'est une bonne chose, la totalité des partenaires internationaux concernés. Il s'agit pour la communauté internationale de donner un cadre crédible
must
à des
provide a credible
négociations
framework
qui
for
seront menées
negotiations
entre une
to
délégation
be
du
led
régime
between a
et une
delegation from the
délégation de
regime and a
l'opposition
delegation for the
sous
opposition,
l'égide de l'envoyé spécial du
mediated by
secrétaire
the
général des
special
Nations
envoy
Unies,
of the
notre ami
Secretary
M.
General of the
Staffan
United
de Mistura,
Nations, our friend Mr. Staffan
pour
de Mistura.
établir une autorité de
They will
transition
seek to
et permettre à
establish a
cesser le
transition
feu.
authority and facilitate
Notre Conseil de
a
sécurité
ceasefire.
en endosse
Our
aujourd'hui
Cease
les premiers
Council,
résultats.
our Security Council today adopts
Je
the
souhaite
first results of this
insister
process.
en peu
Allow me
de
to
minutes sur
emphasize
quelques
quickly
points seulement.
a few points.
Le premier point, c'est la question
My
de l'opposition.
first, the
Quelle
matter of the
opposition
opposition.
entend-on certains demander?
We've heard some ask, what
Plusieurs
opposition?
réunions en format divers ont eu lieu
Several
à ce sujet.
meetings in various
Mais je voudrais
formats have
souligner
been held
combien
on
la
this
conférence
topic.
organisée
But allow me
récemment
to
par l'Arabie
underscore that
Saoudite
the
à
recent
Riyad,
conference convened by
à la
Saudi
demande du
Arabia
groupe
and
de
Riyadh
Vienne,
upon request of the
est un
Vienna
succès
Group
qu'il faut
is a
souligner
success which should be
parce que
stressed
l'opposition syrienne a
because
su
the
répondre en
Syrian
s'unissant.
opposition has
Tous les
provided
courants
a
de l'opposition
response by coming
politique et armée
together.
se sont en effet réunis autour d'une
All
plateforme
of the
commune.
various branches
Ils ont
of
exprimé
the
leur
political and
attachement
armed
à une
opposition came
solution
together and
politique,
expressed their commitment
à
to a
une Syrie
political
libre,
solution, a
séculière,
free,
démocratique, qui
secular
respecte
and
toutes les
democratic
composantes
Syria,
de la population
one
syrienne.
which has space
Nous avons
for
donc
all
là
of
un
the components of
interlocuteur qui
Syrian
se
society.
réfère au
Here we
communiqué
have an
de
interlocutor,
Genève.
one which is guided by the Geneva
L'envoyé
Communique.
spécial des Nations
The
Unies
special
tient
envoy of
avec
the
le Haut
United
Comité
Nations
politique qui en est issu un porte-parole de
with the
l'opposition.
High Negotiation
À ce
Committee,
stade, je
which
constate
is the
avec vous
result
que le
of
régime
the,
syrien
which is
n'a, en ce
the
qui le
Speaker of the
concerne,
opposition,
pas
is
encore
holding
montré
talks.
une volonté claire
At
d'entrer
this
dans une
stage, we know
négociation
that the
sérieuse
Syrian
sur la
regime
base des
has
termes
not yet
définis.
demonstrated any desire to enter into serious
Deuxièmement, le
negotiations on
cadre
the basis of
politique.
the terms of reference
Il
established.
est prévu très
Now,
rapidement des
secondly,
discussions
the
intersyriennes,
political
mais elles
transition.
ne pourront aboutir
There
que
are
si,
plans
avec
for
notre appui et
inter-Syrian
notre garantie,
talks, but without
le
our
cadre
support
politique
and
crédible défini
guarantee,
par les communautés de Genève et de Vienne
it will
est
be difficult
effectivement
to
construit.
define a political
Ce cadre
framework which is
repose sur plusieurs
guided by the
principes.
Geneva Communique.
Le premier, c'est
This
la mise en
framework should be
place d'une
underpinned by many
transition politique
principles. First, an
effective
effective
qui implique le
transition,
transfert à une
one
autorité de
which means the
transition des pleins
handover
pouvoirs exécutifs,
to a transition
notamment le
authority, a
contrôle
full
sur l'appareil
executive
militaire
power,
et
in
sécuritaire,
particular
comme le prévoit
control
le
over the
communiqué de
military and
Genève.
security
Cette
apparatus,
première étape
as planned
devra
for by the
intervenir
Geneva
rapidement.
Communique. This is a
Il
step
faudra
which
aussi,
should be
deuxième
taken
point,
quite
une réforme
quickly.
des institutions,
Secondly, there's a need for
en
institutional
particulier dans le
reform, in
domaine de la
particular in the
sécurité,
area of security.
afin de permettre à la Syrie de se
This
doter
will
d'un cadre
allow
respectueux de la
or
diversité du
provide
peuple
Syria
syrien.
with a framework which respects the diversity of the Syrian people. Finally, there must be safeguards regarding the exit of Mr. Bashar al-Assad, which is necessary for not just moral reasons, but also ones, as we've stressed, of effectiveness. How could somebody bring together a whole...
All right, folks, we're going to pause that as we do have live images of President Obama landing in San Bernardino, California. Before he goes to Hawaii for his 2-week vacation, he wanted to land here in San Bernardino to privately talk to the families of the victims that were killed during that terrorist attack. The meeting between the families will be private. That is closed to the press, so we will just be seeing President Obama and the First Lady come out of the plane. he did want to make this happen before he goes on his vacation to Hawaii. As you can see, there's a little problem with that feed there.
Wait, I gotta hold both of them. Just hold yours. We gotta get a picture together. Yeah.
All right, folks, so that was the president landing in San Bernardino. He's going to be privately talking to the families of the victims of that horrible, horrible terrorist attack that happened weeks ago. Hope everyone is having a great Friday evening. We just got about 9 minutes left of Fox 10 News Now before the weekend gets going. I do want to showcase some of the top stories of the day. Take a look.
3 police officers, Phoenix police officers, under investigation. They are accused of using excessive force in 2 incidents dating back to May of 2015. Our Jessica Flores working the story live with more on this. Jess.
Yeah, I'm out here in front of the Phoenix PD headquarters, and the Phoenix Police Department, they're taking a tough stand against 3 of their officers. They just finished a criminal investigation into those officers, accusing them of improper force, and those incidents are caught on camera. We are about to show you one in which 2 officers respond to a woman who is suspected of trespassing. Then they use pepper spray. Take a listen.
You want to be a dump? Oh, get in the yard. There you go. You brought that on yourself. Go.
In Santan Valley on alert, a man exposes himself several times over the past couple of months.
Doing it at least once right by an elementary school. Steve Kraft joins us live with the story tonight. Steve.
Well, this happening in a neighborhood near Hunt Highway and Johnson Ranch Boulevard. The Pinal County Sheriff's Office says the man is in his late 20s, seen in a dark blue jacket, black running pants, white and black sneakers, and a black skull cap. This is a police sketch of the man the Pinal County Sheriff's Office is looking for. Yesterday morning, a woman said she was near Walker Butte Elementary School, close to Desert Willow Boulevard and Mountain View Road in Johnson Ranch. She saw the man expose himself in front of her. Today, neighbors are speaking out.
The concerns is for the kids that go through this neighborhood. I mean, we have an elementary school right there. So I don't think that's okay at all. I mean, I hope they get him before some little kids end up getting exposed.
This is not the first time this has happened in this neighborhood. Just a couple blocks away from this most recent incident, the Sheriff's Office believes the same man exposed himself last month to a 12-year-old girl.
I can see the concerns, especially if you have small children. As far as my concern, I usually try to be as safe as possible, whether there's an alert out or not.
The Pinal County Sheriff's Office describes the man as in his late 20s with tanned skin, possibly white or Hispanic, around 6 feet tall, weighing under 200 pounds. People here are on the lookout.
I mean, if it was I don't have children out here, but if there was my children, I'd be pretty upset about something like that. I'll totally keep an eye out for a suspicious-looking character like that.
If you have any information, please call the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Reporting live.
It's a story that had a lot of people brewing. The Valley's Four Peaks Brewery, a favorite, has been bought by beer giant Anheuser-Busch. This is a big deal, and the purchase comes shortly after Four Peaks had pushed for a brand new law involving microbreweries. Danielle Miller has the story.
This local brewery has been around for about 20 years now. Now, even with this major purchase, one of the founders tells us that nothing for the consumer will change.
There may be a little bit of me that's missing because it's a big guy.
One of the largest brewers in the nation, Anheuser-Busch, announcing it's bought local brewing company of 19 years, Four Peaks.
It's not unusual in our country today. This is not the first one. There are others. There are mixed reactions. It depends on the community. This is a big city.
One of the founders of Four Peaks, Andy Ingram, says the deal has been 8 months in the works.
We just built out Wilson, our new production facility, and we decided it was probably time to align ourselves with a partner to help us get outside of the state.
Ingram says what sold them on Anheuser-Busch was the fact that the company wanted to keep the already successful company the same. And while some people may think this sale will affect their favorite brew, Ingram tells us what it will mean.
Absolutely nothing. Actually, what it will mean is your already great kilt lifter or hobnot will get better. We're going to have access to all of their ingredients. We have access to all of their labs, all the technology that they've developed over the last 140 years.
Craft beer lovers say this won't stop them from coming to their favorite brewery, but it is a little bittersweet.
This is my home brewery. It's the second home brewery I have had sold Anheuser-Busch. The first one was Goose Island in Chicago.
This local company employs about 300 people, and Ingram tells us that none of those people will be let go from their jobs due to this sale. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Well, people love their craft beer, and so plus and minus comments here on this one saying, hey, what's going on with Four Peaks? So let's start with Vicky, who says the brewers must have gotten a pretty penny. You know, you succeeded when this happens. Congrats to Four Peaks, says Vicky. John says, story of corporate America. Big companies gobble up small companies, and they raise their prices to the consumer to pay for their domination and greed. So John's not happy. Mark says, that sucks. Watered down beer, here we go. That's pretty forward, isn't it? Straightforward. And Kathleen says, I can see a new Budweiser commercial and us sad-eyed people looking at Four Peaks while the Clydesdales are hoofing their way to the bank with a sleigh full of money. But we were talking about it, Kara. I mean, Anheuser-Busch says, hey, people like craft beer. They're not buying as much Bud Light.
They got to get on the craft beer, wave, because that's what everybody wants. I just hope they don't change it. The Kilt Lifter is a perfect beer. Yeah. If they change that, there's going to be some angry beer drinkers.
All right, folks. Well, that is the end of Fox 10 News Now, not only for Friday, but for the week. It's been a great week. It's been a very busy week, and next week is the all-important Christmas week. It's just going to be me and Samia for those shows, but we're looking forward to everybody being part of that. I'll be here Monday through Thursday and then going home for Christmas. Yes, I will be home for Christmas. Hope everyone has a great weekend, and I will see you guys all on Monday. Enjoy your weekend.